Good morning, class. I'm Edward B. Abunda from Bicol University College of Industrial Technology, major in Garment Fashion and Design. And I will be your teacher for today. And today, I will discuss to you what is pattern, pattern drafting, and pattern designing. So our objectives are motivational activity, definition of pattern, pattern drafting, and pattern designing. Tools and equipment needed, body points and body measurements, and lastly, question and answer. But before we dive into our discussion, let us first have an activity. So, as you can see, I had prepared a game puzzle. So, in this game, I will read the given statement and one of the class will answer what I'm referring to. So, let's start. So number one, it is measuring tools used to make sewing patterns and to adapt existing curved lines on patterns such as armhole, contoured, dart, hip line, and neckline. So anyone? Next, it is the material that you will be using to make all of your sewing items. Next, it is a sewing equipment driven by electrical power and works quickly and smoothly. So now we have motivative question. So in this activity, um, anyone in the class will answer. I will answer. Everyone in the class will answer only true or false if the given statement are given statement are if the given statement are is right or wrong. So number one, communication is the process of exchanging information and ideas. Next, teamwork is not proportional to good productivity, responsibility, and integrity. Next, faults in garment is very common word in apparel industry. Next, avoid injury using a sewing machine. Always examine the sewing machine to make sure that it's fully assembled and well maintained. Lastly, do not set and adjust necessary controls to regulate machine. Thank you, class. So let's give ourselves an astig clap for being participated in this game activity. So are you ready? So let's start. Ready? One, two, three, go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Astig. So now, let's go to our topic. So what is pattern, pattern drafting, and pattern designing? So pattern, it's a hard paper on which different components of garments of a particular style are sketched according to measurement of the garments. In sewing and fashion design, a pattern is the template from which the part of a garment are traced onto woven or knitted fabrics before being cut out and assembled. A guide or a diagram that you follow to make clothes or other things using a needle and a thread. So, what is pattern drafting? Pattern drafting is a pattern making process in using the measurements of different body areas to create basic patterns, blueprints, and essential pattern blocks. Pattern drafting is used to create paper sewing patterns if it is a form of drafting used to produce through a series of staged and graded paper pattern for sewing. Using body measurements, a pattern maker converts individual specific into a series of straight lines, curves on template paper known as oak tag. And last, what is pattern designing? Pattern design is an integration of all the design elements, including color, texture, space, lines, pattern, silhouette, shape, proportion, balance, emphasis, or focal point, rhythm, and harmony. Each of these contributes towards the visual perception and psychological comfort of the garment. So, what are the tools and equipment needed in pattern drafting and pattern designing? So, let's know what is it. So, here we have some classification of tools: measuring tools, cutting tools, marking tools, stitching and pressing tools. So, what measuring tools? First, we have tape measure. So, it is used for doing pattern and for body measurement. Next, we have a yardstick. Yardstick is about inches and centimeters in handy to measure the green line of the fabric when laying of the pattern. So it's very it is used um, for drafting straight and long line. So ruler, it is used um, for drafting short lines in making a pattern. So see-through ruler. A see-through ruler usually measures about 12 or 18 and allows you to see your previous markings. It is great for making straight edges and parallel lines, buttonholes, tacks, and pleats. It can also be used to check the grain line of the fabric. So next, seam gauge. So curve runner. Next, next we have drafting tools. First we have an L square, hip curve, French curve, tracing wheel. Next we have cutting tools. Another classification of tools, we have cutting tools. Fabric shears, all-purpose cheap scissors for paper, thread snippers, embroidery scissors, rotary cutters, pinking shears, lefties, left-handed scissors, and seam ripper. Another classification of tools, we have marking tools. First, we have tailor's chalk, chalk cartridge pen, chalk pencils, tailor beeswax, wax crayon, air erasable pens, carbon paper and tracing wheel, tailor stock or thread pasting. So another classification of tools, we have stitching tools. First we have sewing needles, needle, pins, pin cushion, thimble, sewing needle threader, tweezer, thread, and last classification of tools is pressing tools. Tools for better pressing when sewing garments. First we have iron, ironing board, sleeve board, press cloth, tailor's ham, clapper, EZY ham. So let's go to the different types of domestic sewing machine. So first we have mechanical sewing machines, manual sewing machine, computerized sewing machine, quilting sewing machine, embroidery machine, heavy duty sewing machine, chain stitch machine, blind stitch machine. cover stitch machine, sergers or overlap and over-edge machine, safety stitch machine, next flat seam machine, next bar tack sewing machine. So that's also next. We have in this today next let's go to the body points and body measurement. So in men's apparel, here's a vertical measurement. First, we have shirt length taken from the nape down the center back to the desired length. Next, we have sleeve length taken from the shoulder T-point down to the desired sleeve length. Next, length of pants or shorts. Measurement along the side below the waistband to the desired length of the pants. Next, crotch or rise. Measurements by placing a ruler under the crotch then measuring below the waistband down to the top of the level of the ruler. Next, we have horizontal measurements. So first we have shoulder, taking from the one shoulder point to the other. Next, we have bust or breast, taking around the body with the tape measure, passing over the fullest part of the shoulder blade at the back and over to the apex. Next, upper arm girth, taking around the fullest part of the arm in the line with the armpit. Lower arm girth or sleeve width, taking around the arm to the 3 inches below the armpit. Next, we have neck measurement or neckline, taking around the neckline. Next, we have waist, taking around the smallest part of the waistline. Insert 2 fingers under the tape measurement for ease or allowance. Hip or seat, taking around the fullest part of the hip, buttocks with 2 fingers inserted under the tape measurement. Desired bottom or hem circumference or leg hole, taking around the fullest part of the bottom. Desired bottom or circumference leg hole, taking around the fullest part of the bottom. So class, here are the reference of my topic today. So thank you class for listening and participating today. And by the way, I will send to the GC the questions that I'd prepared and you can answer it later. So goodbye class. Keep safe and have a nice day.
Good morning, everyone. How was your day today? The weather is so nice, and I'm also hoping that your day is as nice as the weather it is. But before we discuss our topic for today, which is the basic pattern grading guides, my name is Angelin Acosta, and I will be your teacher for this topic. First, we already know what pattern is, right? Before we discuss these pattern grading guides, everyone should know what pattern is. Some examples of patterns are like this. Can you see this? Like that. Like that. This is for the front. And this is for the sleeves. This is for the skirt. And there are many varieties of pattern based on the garments. Today, our topic is not just about pattern. It is about the grading. This is not the grading that our teacher gives to us, that I'll give to you, which is the grades. No. In pattern grading, it is the altering of the size of the garments. For example, this blazer that I am wearing, in grading, I can bigger this or small this. And to be able to alter the size of our pattern, we need to know the basic first. the basic guides to be able to accomplish it properly. So I gather some information about the pattern grading in the internet, and what I get is that pattern grading is the process whereby patterns of different sizes are produced from the original master pattern. This process can perform manually or automatically by a computerized system. Patterns are graded according to size charts, which presents the sizes and the average measurements of the population of group for which the garments are intended. So we can alter or make a pattern grading with ourselves, like manually, or also we can use the automatically, which we need to use the computerized system. And remember, we need to follow a specific size charts that presents the different sizes and average measurement. So let us now start to grade the pattern. We need to start with the bodice. The bodice is the top garment, and we need to increase or decrease it. To change the size of a bodice pattern, which is usually for 1/4 of the body, you need to divide the difference by 4. For example, if you measure your bust to be 48 inches and the pattern goes up to bust of 44 inches, you need to increase with 4 inches all around the body. And since you are working with the pattern for 1/4 of the body, you need to divide those 4 inches by 4. That makes an overall increase of 1 inch. Then you need to spread that 1 inch across the bodies at the slash and spread lines. So I'll just flash a picture right here so that you can see the pattern that we are about to grade. First, we need to draw 3 vertical lines through the bodies. We need to start with the vertical lines. One from the neck down, this is the neck down, to the waistline, and one from the shoulder down to the waistline, here. And one from the lower part of the arm, whole curve down, right here. So here, from here, and here, from here, and here, from here. That is the vertical lines that we are about to draw in our pattern. Those lines have approximately position, so don't worry too much where to place them. Just be careful not to go through the waist dart if there is one, because this can distort the pattern. Some patterns have a dart here in this part. That is important that the line here will not go through that dart, because if it goes through the dart, it will mess the pattern. Next, then draw 2 horizontal lines. One from the center front of the armhole. Here is the center part of the armhole. And one from the center front of the side seam. This is the side seam. So this is the horizontal line. From here to here, and here to here. This is the side seam. Okay? This is the side seam. This is the waist, and this is the side seam. So now, let's review. Right here, then here, here, from here, and here, from here. That is the vertical. And now the horizontal is here, from here, and here, from here. Okay? Then, cut through the lines and divide that 1 inch across the line as shown on the image above. Add 1/4 inch at the lines 1 and 2. This is the 1 and 2. This is 1/4. 1/4. Okay? This is 1/4. And 1/2 inch at line 3. Add 1/4 inch at each horizontal lines. Line 4 and 5. So this is only the 1/2. Okay? And here, from here, this is also 1/4. And this is side seam. And here, this is also 1/4. This is the only 1/2. Remember? This is only the 1/2. So if you already draw the lines here, and here, and here, and here, you need to cut them. Cut them, okay? After you cut them, you need to have a space between them. For this is the 1/4, 1/4, 1/2, and 1/4, and 1/4. Okay, 1/4, here, 1/4, and here is 1/2, and here is 1/4, and here is 1/4. Okay. If you need to make the pattern smaller, instead of spreading the pattern piece, overlap them following the same instructions. Make the same adjustment for the back body's pattern piece as well. So, if we give space for them to make it bigger, in making them smaller, we need to overlap them. Same measurements again, 1/4, 1/4, 1/2, 1/4, and 1/4. Again, remember, if we need to increase them or make it bigger, we need to spread the line. We need to spread specific space. Remember again, 1/4, 1/4, 1/2, 1/4, and 1/4. Okay? And to make it smaller, you just need to overlap them. Like, if this is the increasing, we need to make it, there's space between. And in making them smaller, we need to overlap them like this. And the space in here is just the same space when you make them bigger. So, just the same as the back bodies, same measurements for the front bodies. So, after you make the spreading or the overlapping of the pattern, you need to redraw them, okay? With already spreaded or the overlapped sizes, okay? You need to redraw them to be able to make them bigger or to make them smaller. And now for the sleeve, in order to increase or decrease the size of the sleeve, draw 3 horizontal lines midway between the bicep and the cup, line 1. Again, I will flash a picture right here for you to see and to know where the lines are located. And that is the line 1, in between the bicep and the cup line, between the bicep and the elbow for line 2, and between the elbow and the hem for the line 3. Draw vertical lines that are perpendicular to the grain line at these approximately positions between the seam and front notch down to the hem for the line 4, and seam and the back notch down to the hem, that is the line 5, and the cup sleeve and hem at the centered line 6. If the pattern comes without notches, draw the lines at approximately positions. So, if I will do that in here in my sleeve, the line 1 is right here, the line 2 is here, and the line 3 is here, and the line 4 is here, and the line 5 is here, and the line 6 is here. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So, redraw the sleeve following the new outline. Smooth and curve and refine the edges. Always walk and through the sleeve with the armhole curve to see if they match. So you need to redraw them again and make a space if you need to make them bigger, or make an overlay if you need to make them smaller. So this is for the 1/4. The only one half is the line 6. Same with the front bodies and the back bodies. The only 1/2 is in this part. For the sleeve, the only 1/2 part is this line 6. Again, this is 1/4, 1/4 for the line 2. Line 3 is also 1/4. Line 4 is 1/4. Line 5 is 1/4. And line 6 is 1/2. Okay? After that, you need to redraw them and cut. And that would be your final pattern or the graded pattern for the sleeve. Now, we are going to the last pattern that we are about to grade. That is this skirt pattern. How to make a skirt pattern bigger and smaller? The front skirt piece is for 1/4 of the body. So you need to divide those 4 inches by 4. That makes 1 inch overall increase. Then you need to spread that 1 inch across the skirt front at the slash and spread lines. Now, draw 3 vertical lines to the skirt from the waistline to hem. 2 between the center front and the dart line 1 and 2. And 1 between the dart and the side seam for the line 3. So since you cannot able to see my lower part, the body, I just flashed again a picture right here for you to know the location. And then draw 2 horizontal lines. One at the hip line for the line 4 and at mid-thigh for the line 5. Cut through the lines and divide that 1 inch across the lines as shown on the image above. Add 1/4 inch at the line and line 1 and 2 and 1/2 inch at line number 3 and 1/2 inch again at each horizontal line, line 5 and 4. Redraw the pattern following the new outline. If you need to make the pattern smaller, instead of spreading the pattern pieces, overlap them following the same instruction. So it's just easy to understand since we already have the image. Thank you and have a nice day.
Good morning, I'm Rickson Acuesta from Bicol University, College of Industrial and Technology. Under the course of BTVTEd Major Garment Fashion and Design. Today, I'm going to take and demonstrate where and how body measurements are taken for the basic pattern. May I call my model for today? So first, we need to know where's located the body point of the customer of the client. Let's get the sleeve length. Okay, so sleeve length taken from the shoulder tip point down to the desired length. So, starting the tip point of the shoulder, going down of the desired length. So, the measure is 6.5 inches. So next is taking around the arm in line with the sleeve length. So, papalibutin lang natin yung tape measure kung saan natapos yung sleeve length. The measure is 11 inches. Next is take from the shoulder tip point down to the arm line with the armpit. Starting the shoulder tip point, and kailangan natin gumamit ng ruler or ball pen. Isingit natin siya. So, pantay ng kilikili. Ayan. Usually 5.5 inches, and taking around the polish part of the arm in line with the armpit. So, kailangan natin siyang iikot na hindi gumagalaw yung tape measure. So, kailangan natin gumamit ng 2 fingers para sa adjustment. So, 11 inches. That's all. Thank you. Next, I'm going to take the front bodies and back bodies. So first, let's get the full body length picture. Okay, so mag-start tayo dito sa may neck, pantay ng kanyang tenga. Dito, ayan, hanggang sa pababa sa kanyang, nadadaanan natin yung apex and hanggang sa waistline. So the measure is 17 inches. So next is apex height. So take from the neck, shoulder point down to the apex point. So again, from the neck point dito hanggang sa kanyang apex. Yan. So 9 inches. Next is shoulder blade height. So hindi natin siya aalisin dito sa shoulder neck point. Ayan, talikod natin. Ililipat lang natin siya dito. Kung hindi natin makikita yung shoulder blade, kailangan natin itaas yung dalawang kamay niya. Italikod yan. Straight body. So, ito yung blade. Ayan. Talikod ko. Ito. Ayan, halata na siya. Ayan. Ayan. So, susukatin nyo natin yung length niya. So, 8.5 inches. Sunod is shoulder point width. Take from the one shoulder tip point to the other shoulder tip point for the front and back. Okay, so starting the tip point, shoulder tip point, and another side of tip point. $14 and back 17 inches. So next is apex distance. Take from the one apex point to the other apex point. So, apex distance, so starting this, hanggang sa kabilang apex. 7 inches, 7.5 inches. Shoulder blade distance. Okay, talikod ka to. Take from one shoulder blade point to the other blade point. So, taas mo yung isang kamay, ay dalawang kamay. Talikod mo. Ayan. Hanapin muna natin yung blade niya. Ito. Yung buto dito. So, susukatin natin yung distance. Ayan. The measure is 6 inches. Okay. Next is the bust. Taken around the body with the tip passing over the pulse part of the bust. Okay. So, gagamitan natin siya ng dalawang finger para sa allowance. So, usually is 34.5 inches. Okay. So last, the waistline. Take around the smaller part of the waistline. Again, gamitan ulit natin siya 2 finger para sa allowance. Okay. The measure is 30.5 inches. That's all. Thank you. Next, I'm going to take skirt. First, let's get the skirt length. Okay, so before, kailangan muna natin kunin yung waistline niya. Tatalian muna natin siya. Pantay ng kanyang puso. Okay. Take from the side waist point down to the desired length. So, susukatin natin yung waist point niya down to the desired length. So, dito mag-start sa gilid, sa may waist point niya, hanggang sa tuhod. Okay. So, the measure is 22 inches. Next, hip depth. Taken from the side waist point down in the lane with fullest part of the hip or buttocks. So, from the hip point going to pantay ng from the waistline point papunta sa pantay ng buttocks or sa kanyang puwetan. So usually 10 inches. Next, taking around the fullest part of the hips, passing over the buttocks of the back. So, pantay ng buttocks or puwet. At gagamitan natin siya ng 2 fingers para sa adjustment. Ito ay tinatawag na hips. So, 37 inches. Next is the waistline, taking around the smaller part of the waistline. So, gagamitan natin siya ng 2 fingers para sa allowance. So, the measure is 29 inches.
Good day everyone, I'm Alexandra Adornado and today I will be discussing the different terminologies used in dressmaking. Terminology is a language used to describe a specific thing or the language used within a specific field. And these are the technical or the special terms used in a business, art, science, and a special subject. And now we will be finding out the different terms used in dressmaking. It is very important to know the different terminologies to understand the context in terms that it will help us to fully understand specific topics, and it reduces ambiguity or helps us understand more and increases the clarity, which make it an important factor in understanding the uh, context. So the first term that we have here is the pleat. So a pleat is to arrange in folds made by doubling material over on itself. So the fold in the fabric of a garment that are usually seen on a skirt as a part of the design of the garment with the purpose of adding control, fullness, and freedom of movement, or taking up excess fabrics. So fashion designers and seamstresses have been using pleats to create volume, textures, and dimension in garments since ancient Egypt. So these are mostly seen on skirts, and the skirts that was folded into pleats are called pleated skirts. This is how a pleats looks like. Next term that we have here is the grain. So this is not the grain used in harvesting. In sewing industry, grains are referred to as the direction of the yarns in a fabric. So grainer describes the direction of the threads. So in every pieces of woven or knit fabric has grains. So grains describes the direction of the threads, either lengthwise grain, crosswise grain, and bias grain. So it is important for cutting apparel, and it is crucial to understand so your sewing project will be successful. In terms of sewing, a reference to the grain of the fabric indicates how the fabric should be cut so that the lengthwise yarns will be parallel to the length of the body for a better fit and drape. So the lengthwise grain is cut so that they run vertically on the garment or the body, and the crosswise grain runs horizontally across the body. And cutting the fabric on the grain is important because it will ensure that our garment stretches out and wears evenly. So it keeps the fabric thread flowy. And you see each pieces of fabric is made out of thousands of threads. So some go parallel to the ground and some perpendicular. And they are woven together, under, over, under, and over, and maybe a knit together. So gravity, washing, and also wearing them affect those threads on their balance. But so by cutting the garments on the grain, these pieces of garment will wear and stretch at the same rate and lengthening the life of the garment. So I mentioned a while ago the bias. So bias can refer to any diagonal grain line, but it typically refers to the true bias, which runs 45 degrees from the vertical and horizontal. Bias is not a personal or unreasoned judgment that we know. So in garments and fashion industry or in dressmaking, the bias can refer to any diagonal grain line, but it is typically refers to the true bias, which runs 45 degrees from the crosswise and also the lengthwise. And a fabric cut along the bias eliminates some of the tensions from the weave and giving the fabric more fluidity and stretch. Next is the selvage. So a selvage is the edge on either side of the woven or the flat knitted fabric so finished as to prevent the raveling. So selvage edges can be seen on the edge of the quilting fabric and that are at the top or either bottom of the both of a fabric. So a selvage is a tightly woven edge of a fabric and it is used to prevent the side edges of the fabric from raveling. So this is how a salvage look like, and as you can see it is on the edge and it was actually used to prevent the raveling or fraying of the fabric. So next thing that we have here is the basting. So basting is the technique used to temporarily hold layers of fabric together. So this is also called the temporary stitch, and this is to sew quick as it is only a temporary stitches that will later be removed. So basting is used for a variety of reasons such as holding a seam in place until is sewn properly or transferring pattern markings onto the garment. A straight uneven hand and baste is applied when looking to keep edges flat and layers of the fabric together in a quick fashion. So it is general basting technique used during the construction process to facilitate control during permanent machine stitching as well as for marking and fitting purposes. So it keeps the it is sometimes used for marking because it keeps the fabric together and it will prevent it from moving so that the markings would be accurate and on place. So This is how a basting looks like. So as you can see, the sometimes the length of each stitches matters, but most of the time it's not because it is only temporary and it will soon be removed after the use. So basting is just a temporary stitches. Next is the darts. So the darts are the folds sewn in a fabric to take in ease and provide shape to a garment, especially for the woman's bust. So darts are essential and structural elements in dressmaking. They turn a flat two-dimensional fabric layer into a three-dimensional organic shape. So they are used frequently in all sorts of clothing to tailor the garment of the wearer's shape or to make an innovative shape in garments. So darts are created by stitching a long thin pinch to a point, which is then pressed down to one side. So darts is used so that the dress would have a shape. So if the dress is not stretchy or it is not stretchy, then you can use darts so that you can give a shape onto the dress, like on the bust. So these are the examples of darts. As you can see, it looks like a folds, and most of the time it can be seen and used in the skirt and also on the blouse, most specifically on the bust. Let us now move on to a hem. So a hem is the edge of the piece of a cloth or clothing which has been turned under and sewn. So a hem in sewing is a garment finishing method. So it is a finishing method where the edge of a piece of cloth is folded and sewn to prevent unraveling of the fabric and to adjust the length of the piece in a garment, such as the end of the sleeve or the bottom of the garment. So this is how a hem looks like. So it is a folded edge of a fabric that is used to prevent unraveling of the fabric or the cloth. Next thing that we have here is the interfacing. So interfacing is a textile used to on the unseen or the wrong side of the fabric to make an area of a garment more rigid. So interfacing supports the fashion and fabric and add crispiness to, and not but. So it is used to reinforce areas that are subject to stress and helps the garment maintain its shape. And it is actually attached by putting the sticky side of the interfacing onto the wrong side of the fabric and pressing them. So pressing is a way or the way of ironing in dressmaking or in garments fashion and design industry by just by placing the iron onto the pressed cloth in the center of the fabric piece, then lean in firmly. Next thing that we have here is the apex. So apex is the most prominent point of the bust on each side of the body. So the bust apex is a very unique feature of your body. It is one of the most important points to find to make your pattern work for you. So the apex is approximately straight down from the center of the shoulder, so we can draw a line down the pattern, noting that the line may slightly curve. So if you have a pattern with the bust and the waist dart, the apex will be the intersection of the two when you extend the lines past the dart points. So however, not all patterns have both bust and waist darts. And lastly, we have the seam. So seam is the term that refers to the stitching line where two fabrics are stitched together. So seams can be stitched by hand or it can also be sewn by a machine. So seams can either be open and also closed. And an example of the seam is the line on the shoulder of the shirt that joins the sleeve on the main of to the main part of the shirt. And as you can see, it looks like a line, and it is a line formed by joining together of any separate piece. So the line marking adjoining edges are the seam. So as you can see, it looks like a line of threads. So that is what we call the seam. And that is all. So I hope that it was clear to everyone the terminologies that I have introduces to everyone today. And note them all to help you understand and to make your sewing learning journey easier.
Good day, I am Angela M. Anonuevo from BTVTEd, major in Garments, Fashion and Design 2B. Today, I will be discussing to all of you about the body measurements. But first, let us define the body measurements. Body measurements deals with the measurements of the body parts. It involves measuring the body width, length, and girth, and its part in the specific areas of our body. In measuring our body, it is important to use the correct type of tape measure. We need to use a soft or flexible plastic or rubber tape measure such as it is used in sewing. Do not use a metal measuring tape measure such as used in construction. Why? Because it will be inaccurate. In taking our body's measurement, there is a vertical measurement, horizontal measurement, and circumferential measurement. Let me show you how to take body measurement accurately. Let's watch this. Where and how the body measurement are taken. So for today, I am going to take the body measurement for the basic pattern.
What I'm going to do is to put a string at the natural waistline or the smallest part of the waistline. It is located here. And now I am going to tie a string. I am using here a tape measure to locate the different body points. I am going to start with the front and back bodies. We need to locate the body points called at the neck shoulder point. Neck shoulder point, it is just below the ears. So now I will put the tape measure here and then with the tape passing where the apex point down to the natural waistline. So I have 17, and without removing the tape measure, I'm going to pivot this one. So now this is the back, and so I have the full body's length for the back. Okay, without removing the tape measure, my partner will locate the shoulder blades. It is here. Next, what I'm going to do is to measure the horizontal measurement. Let's locate the next body point, which is the shoulder tip point to the other shoulder tip point. So now I'm going to measure the shoulder from the front it is 14, and it is also called as the shoulder tip point. And then my partner will just put the tape measure at the back so that she will get the shoulder point at the back.
It was 15.
Next, body measurement is of course the bust. It is taken around the fullest part of the body, passing over the blades of the back, and at the apex point of the front. It is 37. Then for the waistline, the crossing taken around the body. Of course, taken around the natural waistline or the smallest part of the waistline. My waistline is 32. Next, the apex distance. One apex point and the other apex point, so that it is the distance for the front. It is 8. And for the back, taken from the shoulder blades point to the other blades point, so that
This 9.
this time I'm going to locate the boundary measurement needed for the sleeve. First, I'm going to locate the shoulder tip point. So first, my partner will get the sleeve length. From the tip point downward, and now I can now determine the sleeve length. So around 6. If the length is 6, mark where the 6 just fall and measure around and of course with the finger inside the tape measure, I have the lower arm gird. It is 14. The other measurement, of course, going back to the shoulder tip point, in line with the armpit. So I have the cup height. So the height is 5 inches. Then next thing to do is to measure around the fullest part of the arm. We call this upper arm gird.
It is
This time, I'm going to take the body measurement needed in the drafting skirt pattern. First, my partner will start in my waistline. It is taken around the smallest part of the waist. It is 32 inches. Next, in the hips, it is taken around the widest part of the hips. With the hips passing the back there and here in front. It is 38. The third is the hip depth. The hip depth, it is taken from the sideways to the point downward to hips. Usually it is 8. And then let the tape measure fall down and get the length of the knee. So, it is 19. Thank you.
So, good day. I am Miss Joy Camille Arganda, a second-year student taking Bachelor of Technical Vocational Teacher Education, major in Garments, Fashion, and Design. My chosen specialization is Garments, Fashion, and Design. So giving you the background definition of each term, garments is any type of clothing. Fashion is a form of self-expression and autonomy at a particular place and time in which emphasizes the concept of clothing, footwear, hairstyle, makeup, accessories, and lifestyle. While design is the integration of arts by means of color, texture, silhouette, shape, and etc. BTVTEd GFD does not just prioritizes the field of academic but also the field of industry. Pursuing BTVTEd GFD will enable you to understand the collaborative working of the educational field and fashion industry. But since my chosen specialization is garments, fashion, and design, the flow of our discussion will only tackle about GFD. What is garments, fashion, and design? Garments, fashion, and design is the art of applying designs, aesthetics, and natural beauty to clothing and its accessories. It was influenced by cultural and social attitudes and has varied over time and place. Let's move on to the history of garments, fashion, and design, and who was considered as the first fashion designer in the world. The history of garments, fashion, and design refers specifically to the development of the purpose and intentions to the garments, footwear, and accessories. The origin of garments, fashion, and design started in the year 1826. Charles Frederick Worth is believed to be the first fashion designer of the world around 1826 to 1895. Charles is also considered as an earlier draper who set up a fashion house in Paris. For us to learn more about fashion history, let's watch this short video clip. I know that you have learned from the video about the transition or evolution of the garment's fashion and design from the very beginning up to the present. The video made us encounter the different styles and how it looks when worn. Throughout the video, we can already think of the similarities and differences of the past fashions and to our present. However, despite of the transition, we all know that some of the garments and fashion in the past are just the same for today. Like what some people says that the fashion is also going back. To further discuss to you the history of garments, fashion and design, it is said that it started when humans began wearing clothes. These clothes were typically made from plants, animal skins, and bone. Before the mid 19th century, the division between haute couture and ready to wear did not really exist, but the most basic pieces of female clothing were made to measure by dressmakers and seamstresses, dealing directly with the client. Most often, clothing was patterned, sewn, and tailored in the household. When storefronts appeared selling ready-to-wear clothing, this need was removed from the domestic workload. The design of these clothes became increasing based on printed designs, especially from Paris, which were circulated around Europe and eagerly anticipated in the provinces. Seamstresses would then interpret these patterns as best they could. The origin of the designs was the clothes devised by the most fashionable figures, normally those at court, together with the seamstresses and tailors. Though there had been distribution of dress styles from France since the 16th century and Abraham Boss had produced engravings of fashion in the 1620s, the pace of change picked up in the 1780s with increased publication of French engravings illustrating the latest Paris styles, followed by fashion magazines such as Cabinet des Modes. By 1800, all Western Europeans were dressing alike. Local variations became first a sign of provincial culture and later a badge of the conservative peasant. In the creation of any era of fashion, it is important to understand the role of the designer. Throughout history, many believe designers to do one simple job, which is to design. However, designers must take into account the beliefs and needs of people during that time, the economic status, and the desire of those looking to buy. Famous designer Margiela claims that fashion is technical and has a direct path. It is not simply just art. While fashion can take creativity, one must know what is the correct move in order to find success. Everything is very calculated for these designers. And as a future dressmaker or a fashion designer, our part is to create an art for the people's wardrobes around us. Before I end my main lecture, may I have a simple yet an encouraging reminder to give the students and to the future viewers of my video. For us GFD students to be successful in the future, we must focus on discovering and learning more about garments and fashion industry. Let's have some self-learning as it is a big help for us to have a stronger foundation in dealing with the tasks in studying our specialization. We are lucky enough to be part of this specialization as there's a lot of opportunities awaiting us and are already reaching us. The knowledge and skills that we are having in today are great preparation in our goals. What we need today is to learn and discover for a better future. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed and learned a lot more about garments, fashion, and design and its history.
So, good morning everyone. I am Casey and Arienda from BTVTEd GFD 2B, and today I will going to discuss of where and how body measurements are taken for the basic pattern. In taking body measurement, we need a measurement chart. And for the bodies, the measurement we need are full body's length, then apex height, shoulder blades height, shoulder point width, apex distance, shoulder blades distance, then bust and waist. And for the sleeve, the measurement we need is the desired length or the sleeve length, then lower arm girth, cup height, and upper arm girth. Then next, in the skirt, the measurement we need are the desired length or the skirt length. Then the hip depth, hips, then waist, apex distance, and shoulder blades distance. So let's start taking a body measurement. By the way, we need two tape measure or one tape measure and a string. So the first thing we will do is to raise or add 2 inches above the belly button of the client. Then tie around the tape measure. So this will be going to be the smallest waist or the natural waist of the client. To measure the full body's length, you need to put the tape measure to the shoulder neck point of the client or below the ear. So from shoulder neck point, passing through to the apex point, downward to the natural waist of the client. So 14. Without removing the tape measure, we will measure the apex height. So 8. Without removing the tape measure, we will measure the full body's length of the back. So from shoulder neck point to shoulder blades point, downward to the natural waist of the client. So 14. Then without removing again the tape measure, we will now measure the shoulder blades height. So 8 and 1/2. So now we are going to measure the shoulder point width. So first we need to locate the shoulder tip point to other shoulder tip points. So 13 for the back. Then 13 for the front. So just the same. The next, we're going to measure the apex distance from apex point to other apex points. So from here to there. So 6 and 1/2. Then we'll measure next the shoulder blades distance. So from shoulder blades point to other shoulder blades point. So 6. Next, we're going to measure the bust. So, we're just going to tie around the tape measure the body of the client, passing through to the apex point and shoulder blades point. In taking the measurement for the bust, you need to insert 2 fingers for the allowance. So, 28. Next, we are going to measure the waist of the client. Since we already determined the waistline, we're just going to tie around the tape measure around the body of the client, following this tape measure. Also in taking the body, taking the measurement for the waist, you need to enter 2 fingers for the allowance. So 23. Since we already done and taking the measurement for the body, so we'll now proceed to the sleeve. So first is the desired length or sleeve length. So from shoulder tip point to the desired length, so 7. Then without removing the tape measure, we'll now measure the lower arm girth. Lower arm girth will fall to the desired length of the sleeves. So 7. Then in measuring the lower arm girth, you need to insert 2 fingers for the allowance. So 8. So next, we are going to measure the cap height. We need a ball pen. Then put the ball pen to the armpit of the client. Then we'll put the tape measure to the shoulder tip point, and then the cap height will be the level of the ball pen, so 5. Then without removing the tape measure, we will now proceed in taking the measurement for the upper arm girth. Also, in taking the measurement for the upper arm girth, you need to insert 2 fingers for the allowance. So 9. Since we're already done in taking the measurement for the sleeve, we're now going to proceed in taking the measurement for the skirt. So first is the desired length or the skirt length. So from the waist, we're going to let the tape measure fall to up to the desired length of the client. So 19. Then next is the hip depth. So 6. hip depth is measured to the waist, downward to the buttocks. Next is the hips. In taking the measurement for the hips, we need to enter 2 fingers for the allowance. So 30. Since we already determined the measurement for the waist to the bodies, we're just going to copy the 23 and put it here. Then apex distance 6 1/2, and the shoulder blades distance is 6. So that's all for our today's discussion. Thank you.
So good morning everyone. I am teacher Francia, and for today's lesson I will teach you on how to draft the basic front and back body. So last week I taught you all on how to take body measurement, accurate body measurement, and I taught you about all the body points that we should be mindful of in taking body measurement. Also, last week, I told you to get to your own partner and take his or her body measurement. So now, with that body measurement that you get from your partner, we will use it to draft a basic front and back bodies. By the way, did you get your partner and take his or her body measurement? Yes, Juliet? Okay, very good, Juliet. So, today, I have here my own body measurement chart. Here. I hope that you get your partner's body measurement for you to draft a front and back bodies today. So I have here my body measurement, also the computations that we need in drafting the front and back bodies. For that, do you still remember what this all mean? Yes, Casey? Can you state what FBL, AH, SBH, SPW, AD, SBD, BW means? Okay, stand up. Okay, very good, Casey. For the information of all, if you still remember, FBL stands for front body length, AH means apex height, SBH means shoulder blades height, SPW means shoulder point width, AD means apex distance, SBD means shoulder blades distance, V means bust, and W means waist. So, we already recall what we discussed last week. So now, let's proceed in making front and back bodies. So now, let us first get the FBL. So my FBL is 15 1/2. So measure here 15 1/2 from here to here. Then connect it with a ruler. Okay, this will be point A and this will be point B. Next, we'll get the bust. Here's the bust. So my bust is 33. We will get the 1/4 of this bust, which is here. 33 divided 4 equals 8 1/4. So note, in front bodies, we will add +1 for the allowance. So here, let's measure 9 1/4. So that's for the point A to B. So connect it again with a ruler. So we also need to measure it here. So 9 1/4. Here. Connect again with the ruler. Okay, so this will be point D and this will be point D1. Okay, so for point A to C, we have a constant 2.5 to 3 inches. So for me, I'll use 2.5. Also, from A to G, we also have a constant for front bodies, 2.5 to 3 inches. So I also get 2.5 inches. Okay. Then connect it with French curve. Okay. This is point C and this is point G. Let's now get the point A to E. So point A to point E is the measurement of shoulder point width. So we need to get the 1/2 of shoulder point width. That's why we divided it by 2. So my shoulder point width is 14 divided by 2 equals 7. So we need to measure 7 here. Then this is point E. Then point E to point F is 1 inch. So we need to measure from point E to point F 1 inch. Label at point F. Extend the line using a ruler. Extend the line using a ruler. Okay, we already have G, H. Point E to point H. Point H should be 1 and 1/4 inch. That's constant. So let's measure 1 and 1/4 inch here and label it point H. Point I is from point H diagonally downward along point F. So it's 4 inches. 4 inches. So that's point I. That's point I. Then connect it with a ruler. Point G to point H. Connect. Then point H to point I. Connect. Okay. Now let's get the point J. Point J is from point D downward. So to get the point J, we need the measurement of the bust. But we won't add plus 1 inch because 1 inch is for the allowance. So 33 divided 4 equals 8 and 1/4. We will use 8 and 1/4 instead of 9 and 1/4 for the box here. 8 and 1/4. So that's point J. So after J, we need to get the point K. Point K is from D1 upward. Point K is constant here in front bodies, which is 1 inch. That's point K. So after that, we'll get the point A to point L. To get the point A to point L, we need the measurement of the apex height. So my apex height is 9. Let's measure 9 from point A. Here. Okay. Then extend the line. Then from L, we'll go to point M. Point M is the apex distance. So my apex distance is 7 divided by 2 equals 3.5. 3.5 inches. That's point M. For point B to N, we need to subtract 1/2 inch. So point B to N is apex distance minus 1/2 inch. So my apex distance is 3 and 1/2. Thus, my point BN will be 3. Okay, here. This is point N. This is for the dark, okay? So, point K to O, to get the point K to O, point BN and plus point KO should be equal to 1/4 waves. So, let's point BN plus point KO should be equals to 1/4 waves. So we need to measure first BN. So BN is 3. Then from that, we need to get the waist. So my waist is 28 divided 4 equals 7 and 1/8. 8 and 1/2. Divide 4 equals 7 and 1/8. 7 and 1/8. From D1, 7 and 1/8, then 3. Here. Okay, this is, so after that, we will measure, connect first. Connect first the point M and point N. Then measure its length. 6. Then we need to transfer this to point MO because it should join. Then here. Okay. This will be point O. Then connect the line. Connect point K and O. Connect J to K. Connect I to J using a transfer. You can extend the line here in point J and measure 1 inch here in order to get a perfect curve. We are now done in our front bodies. So this is front.
So since we don't have enough time and we still have on-site tomorrow, so the back bodies will be discussed tomorrow. So for now, that's all. And I want you to create your own front bodies with the measurement of your partner that you have. So start now.
Good day. I am Moira Zacharee or Belarmino, a second-year student from BTVTEd Garments Fashion and Design, and I am here to discuss the natural fabrics. Without further ado, let us start. Natural fibers are found in nature and are used in the same form that they are found in, whereas manufactured fibers are derived from a process of manufacturing from any substance which is not a fiber at any point in the manufacturing process. The plant fibers are cellulosic in nature, while the animal sources are protein in nature. Let us move on to the first natural fibers, which is the natural cellulosic fiber. The main ingredient in plant fiber is cellulose, which is a carbohydrate found in all plant life. Cotton, flax, hemp, jute, rainy, and sisal are under natural cellulosic fibers. Cotton is obtained from the ball of the cotton plant. It is considered to be the most important natural fiber throughout the world. There are 4 kinds of cotton, which is the organic cotton, the green cotton, the natural colored cotton, and the genetically modified cotton. Organic cotton is grown without synthetic chemicals and is grown using natural methods of farm management. The green cotton has not been bleached or treated with chemicals. And the natural colored cotton grows in different colors ranging from green to brown. The genetically modified cottons are engineered to be resistant to natural pests and disease. The flax fiber is obtained from the stem of the flax plant. The cloth made from flax fiber is called linen. The flax is the oldest of all domestically produced fibers, but it is considered today as a luxury fiber due to its limited production. Hemp is similar to flax, jute, and rainy. It is a tall shrub from the mulberry family, and its fiber is obtained from the bark. Have you observed that it looks like a certain illegal plant? This is because the marijuana plant is a variety of the hemp plant. However, the hemp used for fabric only contains about 0.3% of THC, which is the active hallucinatory ingredient in marijuana, whereas the marijuana plant contains at least 5 to 30%. The jute is the bast fiber and is among the most popular fibers in the world. This is probably due to the fact that it is the least expensive. It has a less uniform and rougher appearance compared to flax. Burlap, a common fabric used in bagging coffee and sugar, is actually made from jute. Rainy is also a bast fiber. It is from a tall perennial shrub and is one of the strongest natural fibers, which is why it is a good choice for outdoor mats. It has a pure white fiber similar to flax. However, its fibers are longer, which is why it has more luster. The sisal is the most popular natural leaf fiber. It is obtained from the leaves of the agave or the yucca plant. The sisal does not build up static, does not trap dirt, is a strong, durable fiber, and is resistant to seawater. We now come to the natural cellulosic fiber category, which includes piña, kapok, abaca, henequen, core, and others. The abaca is from the leaf stem of the abaca plant, which is a member of the banana family. It is strong and durable and has an off-white to brown color. Next, the piña is obtained from the leaves of the pineapple plant. It produces lightweight and sheer fabric. You must be quite familiar with it as it is often used in our national costumes. The henequen is a smooth, straight yellow fiber grown in Africa and Central America. It is mainly used for better grades of rope, twine, and brush bristles. The core comes from the fibrous mass between the outer shell and the actual nut of the coconut. The core fiber is extremely stiff. The kapok comes from the seed of the Java kapok tree. It has a hollow fiber, is very lightweight and soft. The other minor cellulosic fibers are the rush or marsh grass, the sea or china grass, the palm grass, and the corn husks, which are very limitedly used in the industry. Now, we come to the natural protein fibers. From the word protein, these fibers are of animal origin. The two major natural protein fibers are wool and silk. Silk is a fiber known for its softness, comfort, and luster. It is produced by the larvae of the silk caterpillar or the silkworm, or the Bombyx modi. Cultivated silk is the only natural fiber found in filament form, and it is one of the strongest natural fibers. There is raw silk, two-pointed silk, pure silk, peace silk or vegetarian silk, and the wild silk. The raw silk is silk marketed with the sarracen left in place. The sarracen is a water-soluble gum that keeps the two strands of silk joined together. The two-pointed silk results from two silkworms spinning their cocoon together. Thus, they may have irregular yarns and have a thick and thin appearance. The pure silk is 100% silk fabric without the metallic weighing compounds. The piece silk is produced when the producers allow the moths to emerge instead of killing them inside the cocoons, and they salvage the damaged cocoons. Next, the wild silk. It is similarly harvested when the moths emerge from the cocoons, except the difference is that the production is uncontrolled. Next, we come to wool. The wool fiber comes from the follicles of a sheep's skin and is gathered through the shearing or the removing of the fleece of the sheep. Wool has the properties of flame resistance, thermal retention, felting ability, initial water repellency, and the ability to absorb moisture without feeling wet. There are also variations of wool that does not necessarily come from sheep. These include the alpaca, the mohair, the angora, the camel hair, the llama, the cashmere, the quivet, the vicuna, and the yak. The alpaca fibers are obtained from the hair of a domesticated animal from the camel family. The alpacas are native to the Andes Mountains, and the fibers are soft, fine, and lustrous. The Mohair is the fiber of the Angora goat, which are sheared twice a year. Mohair is a very resilient fiber and reaches up to 12 inches, which gives it a lustrous appearance. It is smoother, has better abrasion resistance, and is more resilient than wool. The Angora comes from the fur of the Angora rabbit, which is a rabbit raised domestically in the United States, France, Italy, and Japan. The fibers are obtained by plucking or shearing. The Angora fiber is very smooth, and its smoothness is what contributes to its low cohesiveness. This low cohesiveness is the reason, which is why it is often blended with sheep wool. Camel hair is the fiber of the two-hump Bactrian camel. It provides the best insulation of all specialty wools. During the spring, the fiber of the camels are gathered by hand when the camels shed their outer hair and undercoat. The camel or a camel produces about 5 pounds of fiber every year. Llama fibers are also obtained from a domesticated animal from the camel family. It is coarser and weaker than that of the alpaca fiber. You may be confused about the differences between the llama and the alpaca. The llamas are larger and has a longer head than the alpacas. The cashmere fiber comes from the fleece of the cashmere goat. It is one of the softest, most expensive fibers produced. During the molting season of the goats, they are combed to gather the fiber. Quivet is a rare and luxurious fiber obtained from the underbelly of a domesticated musk ox. The musk oxes are found and raised in Alaska and Canada. Their fiber sheds naturally and is separated from the coarser hairs hand by hand. The quivet fibers are as soft as cashmere and is warmer than wool. The vicuna fiber is obtained from the vicuna. It is an animal of the camel family found in Peru, Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia. It is the softest, finest, and rarest of all specialty fibers. Lastly, for the yak, the fiber is hand-plucked from the inner coat or the chest and belly of a large ox that is found in Tibet. Now, we come to the end of the discussion. Once again, I am Moira Zacharee Belarmino, and I thank you for generously listening. I hope that you have learned something from this discussion.
A good day to you. So thank you for being here in this mini video lecture. So in this lesson, you will learn about basic makeup. So here in the contents, we have first, my introduction. Second, what is makeup? Third, the basic materials and their purposes. Fourth, the basic tools and their functions. Number 5, instructional video that I will be sharing with you. And number 6, an activity that we have. And lastly, the references that I used for this mini video lecture. So for the introduction, let me introduce myself. I am Mark Joseph P. Broso, or you can call me MJ, a BTVTEd GFD student in Bicol University College of Industrial Technology. I am also a freelance makeup artist as well as a self-taught nail technician. So what will you gather by watching this mini video lecture? So in this lesson, the learners will be able to identify the different tools and materials used in basic makeup properly. The learners will also be able to understand the purpose of each materials clearly. Third, the learners will be able to recreate a simple makeup look. Fourth, the learners will be able to link the importance and the relationship of makeup with fashion. So what is makeup and where did it originate from? Let's have a brief history of how makeup came about. So 1,000 years ago, makeup actually was first seen from ancient Egypt. Remember the notable image for ancient Egyptians? It was Cleopatra. You know that woman who is depicted to wear blue eyeshadow on her eyelids as well as having an iconic eyeliner. Well, that is her. And ancient Egyptians' makeup are usually gathered from plants as well as minerals. And a common mineral used in makeup back then was lead, which is actually very harmful to the body. Also, men back in ancient Egypt wore eyeliner. Soon, China followed suit by grounding rice and turning it into a powder that they can use to put on their face, which created for a white porcelain look. Women in ancient Greece also used crushed berries that they can use to stain on their cheeks and possibly also on their lips. So what can we gather from this? Well, we can say that makeup has always been a statement throughout the years, just like fashion is. Um, it certainly adds to the character or value to a certain look. It also enables us to enhance a certain feature or part of our face. As evidenced in history, it has always been a representation of one's social status. And lastly, we are sure that our makeup right now in today's world is very much safe because FDA regulates the production of makeup and approves the ingredients to be used in the makeup products that we have now. Now that we have discussed what makeup is and where it came from, let us now proceed to the basic materials used in a basic makeup look. The first material that we have is a primer. A primer ensures that your makeup will last for a long period of time. Also, it helps to protect your skin. It serves as a skin barrier from the makeup that you will put on your face. There are certain primers that allows for a tackier consistency on your skin, which enables for a greater hold of the makeup products you will put on top of it. Next, we have a concealer. A concealer is used to brighten up certain parts. Next, we have concealer. A concealer is used to brighten up certain parts of the face, as well as to eliminate the blemishes or pimples that may be visible on your skin. You can make use of concealers to bring fullness to your face, as well as to direct where the light is being lit on your face. Third, we have foundation. So foundation is used to even out the skin tone. It may not be able to cover up all of the blemishes on your face, but there are also full coverage foundations available on the market, which are very much thick in consistency, enabling you to cover up blemishes and pimple marks. The fourth material that we have is blush. Blush is used to bring back color to the face. It can either add a rosy tint to your skin or an orange tint to your skin. Either way, this adds a very flushed look, which makes you look like you have just got out of the sun. The next product we have, or material, is a setting powder. A setting powder, as the name suggests, sets your makeup in place. It allows for the makeup to not move throughout the day. Think of it as cement. A cement that has not been applied with water. Think of your cream products as water and your setting powder as cement. So when you mix cement with water, it hardens or it stiffens or it stays in its form or stays in shape. So that is a principle you can apply when applying setting powder. It is a must, especially in our country, Philippines, where it's very hot, you get so sweaty, and setting powder is your friend. The sixth product that we have is contour. So a contour is used to bring back dimension to the face. The dimension is brought back by creating shadows. So contour can come in two forms, either powder or cream contour. A cream contour creates for a more natural look. The seventh product or material that we have is a bronzer. Now, a bronzer brings back warmth to the skin, which is usually lost with the foundation because the foundation evens out the skin tone. So when you apply bronzer, apply it on the outside part of your face where the sun usually hits your face. So besides where you place your blush, on your nose, some a bit around of your forehead, and yeah, a bronzer adds back warmth to the face. The next product that we have is eyeshadow. Now, an eyeshadow, as the name suggests, adds shadow to your eyelids to create a deepened or sunken look. But an eyeshadow can also come in a plethora of colors. There's a variety to choose from. You can have fun and experiment with eyeshadow depending on the occasion that you're going to, or also depending on your mood. The ninth material or product that we have is a highlighter. So as a highlighter, as the name suggests, bring back light to the face or gives dimension to the face by reflecting light. So it can make you look glowy and glittery in very dim light and also in open lit spaces. The next product or material that we have is an eyeliner. As you may have guessed, it is used to line the upper lash line of the eyes. It gives for a better emphasis on where your eyes are, as well as it enables you to create an exaggerated look, especially with the trending makeup looks right now where you create graphic liners. Those are liners with different designs like lightning bolts and hearts and many more. Next we have is eyebrow pencil, eyebrow pomade, or an eyebrow powder. So these are products that enable to give emphasis or enhance the beauty of your brows. So an eyebrow pencil and an eyebrow pomade creates for a more emphasized brow strokes, while a powder creates for a more natural soft look. Next we have is mascara. A mascara is a material or product used to enhance the beauty of the lashes. It creates for a curled, volumized, and lengthened look on your lashes. The next material that we have is lipstick. A lipstick is used to bring the natural color of your lip shade a more enhanced look. You can also opt for a very dark lips depending on the theme or the mood that you're going for, or you can also opt for a very pale lipstick depending on the balance and harmony of your makeup. Lastly, the basic makeup product or material that you can have in your kit for a basic makeup look is a setting spray. This ensures that your makeup stays in place and will not wear off throughout the day. Now that we have finished discussing the different materials that you will need for a basic makeup look, let us now proceed to the basic tools that you will be making use of, as well as their respective functions. The first tool that we have is a dome brush. They come in different sizes, may it be small or large. But for the small dome brush, you can use it for spot concealing because it only attacks a certain area, a specific area, without moving too much, without dragging the product all over the face. For a larger dome brush, you can make use of it in applying foundation as well as blush application. The next tool that we have is a flat foundation brush. Now this one is similar to this dome brush, but it just has a flat top. So it can also come in different sizes, may it be small or bigger. So for the small flat brush, you can make use of it on applying eyeshadow. But for the bigger flat brush, you can make use of it in applying foundation because it has a wider surface area enabling you to apply in a wider portion of the face in a short amount of time. The third tool that we have is a fluffy blending brush. As the name suggests, it is used for blending eyeshadows from one color to another. It is very efficient to make use of it because of its size as well as its density. The next tool that we have is an angled brush. The angle of the angled brush is very efficient in creating straight lines. For example, in eyeshadow, you can create cat-like eye shape by using the angled brush in a certain position and dragging it outward. It can also be used on contouring your nose, as well as adding more definition on your cheeks and certain areas. Next, an eyelash curler is a tool, well, it's very self-explanatory, that curls your eyelashes upward, which ensures that your eyelashes will stay in that position before applying mascara. In other words, it reinforces the bend upward of your lashes. Lastly, we have a mirror. Of course, a pocket mirror is very convenient. So wherever you may go, you can just have it in your pocket and take a look at your reflection and do your makeup. So we now have reached the fifth part of this mini video lecture, which is the attachment of instructional video. So you can watch this video after we have finished this lecture, for it will enable you to see how the makeup process happens, as well as some tips added. This can be of help during your activity, which is the sixth part, which is just below this, wherein you will need to create or film yourself creating a simple basic makeup look. So that is all. I'm very grateful for having your presence here, as well as listening to my information. I hope that you learned a lot with regards to makeup and how it can apply to our garments fashion and design course. Good luck and enjoy doing makeup.
Jen, and today I'm discussing about the production of natural fibers. The learning objectives of this lesson is at the end of the lesson, the student must be able to know the production of fibers in the fabric, to differentiate natural from synthetic fiber, to be aware of its pros and cons, and lastly is to know uses of it. First, we should identify first the history of fibers. The use of natural fibers for textile materials began before record history. The oldest indications of fiber use is probably the discovery of flax and wool. Fabrics at excavation sites of the Swiss lake dwellers, 70th and 60th century BCE. Hemp. Hemp, the oldest cultivated fiber plant in Southeast Asia, 4500 BCE. Linen. Linen was already well developed in Egypt by 3400 BCE. Cotton. Cotton in India date back to 3000 BCE. Silk. Silk is product originated in the highly developed Chinese culture, sericulture, cultivation of silkworms for raw silk production during 2640 BCE. So, what is fiber production? To produce a garment, raw materials is turned into fiber. That fiber is turned into yarn or thread. And when yarn becomes fabric, whether the material is cotton, wool, synthetic, or cellulosic, the processes of transforming fiber to fabric to fashions are the intermediate stage in the garment production. What are the natural fibers? The natural fibers are fibers that come from plants, animals, or minerals. They are spun into threads and yarns that are then woven or knit in the natural fabrics. There are two general categories of natural fibers, which is animal-based and plant-based. This includes silk and wool, and linen, cotton, and jute. Example of natural fibers. First is silk. Silk is a natural fibers produced by insects as a material for their nests and cocoons. The most common type of silk is made by silkworms. Silk is made primarily of a protein called fibrin and is known for its shine and softness as a material. Second one, wool. Wool is a textile from the hair of sheep, goat, alpacas, llamas, and other animals. Different wool fabrics include cashmere, angora, mohair, and more. Wool is a very warm, absorbent, and durable fiber. It is water resistant thanks to the lanolin oils from the animals, and it is generally used to make outerwear and cold weather clothes like sweaters and coats. Cotton. Cotton fabric is made from plant fibers from the cotton plant. Cotton is primarily composed of cellulose, an insoluble organic compound crucial to plant structure, and it is a soft and fluffy material. Cotton fabric is a soft and durable, and often used to make t-shirts and undergarments. Some examples of different types of cotton fabric are organ cotton, denim, and canvas. Linen. Linen is a fabric, as a strong fabric, rather lightweight fabric made from flax plant. Linen is naturally hypoallergenic and is very breathable, making it a great textile for warm weather clothes. Jute. Jute is also known as a golden fiber because of its glow. It is a coarse, natural plant fibers from a jute plant that is used to weave fabrics like burlap cloth. Jute is a popular textile to make rugs and burlap sacks. Abaca. Abaca is also known as Manila hemp. Abaca comes from the leaves sheds around the stem of the plant of abaca. As a species of banana, it is a leaf fiber valued for its resistance to the damaging effect of salt water. It is buoyancy and the length of the fibers, which can be more than 3 meters long. Currently, it is being increasingly used in manufacturing of garments, households, textiles, and upholstery. Coir. Coir is a short horse fiber extracted from coconut husks. There are two types of coir: brown fiber, which comes from the mature coconuts, and thin white fiber, which comes from green, immature coconut husks. Piña. Piña is a traditional Philippine fiber made from the leaves of the pineapple plant. Pineapple are the indigenous to South America but have been widely cultivated in the Philippines since the 17th century and used for weaving lustrous lace-like luxury textiles known as nipis fabric. Kapok. It is a white fiber similar to hair that comes from the seeds of a tree called Ciba pentandra. Kapok is also known as silk cotton because of its gloss that resembles silk. Kapok's fiber, weak and short, is resistant to moisture, and it has a soft, lustrous texture. So, for the example of natural fibers, the first one is cashmere. Cashmere comes from the Kashmir goat, a native of the Himalayas. Cashmere is a very expensive and exclusive fiber. It is extremely soft and has great thermal properties. Cashmere is used to manufacture high-quality sweaters and children's warm clothes. Second is camel hair. Camel hair is obtained from Bactrian camels with 2 humps. It is a fine, soft fiber used exclusively in luxurious textiles. To manufacture ultra-exclusive items, camel hair is mixed with cashmere, and in other cases, due to its high cost, it is combined with wool to reduce the final price tag of the garment. The third one is mohair. Mohair is the hair of the Angora goat from the Tibet. It is a very shiny, insulating type of wool, softer and stronger than sheep wool. Mohair is white and dyes with exceptional ease. It has excellent absorption capacity and is mainly used to make knitted garments and croquet accessories. So the advantages of natural fibers are follows. They are resistant to fire. Natural fibers are burning, do not produce poisonous gases. Natural fibers are easily affordable. This fiber absorbs sweat and water, and hence such clothes are comfortable for summer months. Natural fibers are safe for human skin and are biodegradable. The disadvantage of natural fibers are the strength of natural fibers is very less as compared to synthetic fibers. Natural fibers are heavy in weight. Natural fibers can be damaged by moth and other insects. Moths. These fibers are not wrinkle-free. These fibers are not long-lasting and hence not durable. So, what are the pros and cons of synthetic fiber? Synthetic fibers offer moisture wicking, making them a perfect choice for outdoor clothing, offer more thermal protections than many natural fibers when layered to keep the cold out, provide good elasticity, have anti-wrinkle properties which make them easy to care for, offer more durability, and are typically less expensive than natural fibers. We make natural fibers at a cheaper price point, come in a vast offer that make them more easily accessible than natural fibers, that have properties make them stain resistant, wash up well, have good resilience, and resist shrinkage. So the cons of the fibers is provides as much thermal protections of there are synthetic blend, hold up well against extreme temperature like irons and hot waters, hold up to fire and melt much quicker than natural fibers. All absorb moisture well and some can become uncomfortable and heavy when wet. Treat the planet as kindly as natural fibers that are biodegradable or eco-friendly. Easily resist a static charge. Cater to those with allergies and can cause allergic reaction. Take dyes easily. So that's all po. Thank you.
So, good afternoon students. My name is Juliet, and for today's lesson, we're going to discuss the different types of potting. But first, we're going to define what is potting. So, N1? Yes, miss. Correct. So, basic potting is the foundation upon which potting making, fit, and design are made. The three basic pattern is the starting point for the flat pattern making. The next one is we have the different types of pattern. We have basic block or block pattern, working pattern, or apparel pattern. So anyone, do you have any idea what is basic block or block pattern? None? If none, let me do it. So, the first one is a basic block or block pattern. Block pattern is an individual component of apparel without any design or style. And there is two ways such as modeling. Modeling where it is a primary and first method. In the modeling method, block pattern is made with a standard body measurement or your own body measurement. So we're also making the measurement of the dummy, which is called as toy. The next one is flat method. Flat method is the pattern of the different parts of apparel, especially the body, sleeve. So bodies and sleeve are made by technical drawing or using hand drawing, a manual. So the second one of pattern is wearing pattern or apparel pattern. So apparel pattern is also made based on the basic pattern or the block pattern. The individual block patterns are drawn on board paper or in hard paper. There's different types of allowances like trimming allowances, sewing allowances, bottom line, center front line, blades, and dart is also considered in this type of pattern. So now, this is an example of the front and back bodies. As you can see, there is a red line, and that red line is what we call dart. So, students, do you understand what is the types of the pattern? Anyone? Yes? Okay, now let's proceed to the other names of the basic pattern. We have 7 types of basic pattern, and we have a basic foundation, shape of the foundation, all about darts, pattern drafting, and pattern block or slippers, flat pattern, and the last one is the pattern shape. Okay. So basic foundation start as either a paper or what we call flat pattern making, or muslin it is called, or draping. So the dimension for creating the pattern are determined by the end of the blocks. The next one is the shape of foundation. So shape of foundation is a dimension of the fit model or your body measurement. As I said earlier, your own body measurement. So body measurement, to create a series of two-dimensional straight and curved lines. When the lines are connected, then later on it will be sewn together in fabric. That's why they can create a three-dimensional garment. So here is the example of the shape of the foundation. Okay. Next, third one is the dart, all about darts. Darts in apparel is a series of wedge shapes are used to manipulate the fabric into a shape that fit the three-dimensional form. These wedge shapes are called darts. So I already shown you the sample of the darts, where this is the red lines is what we call the darts. So darts create shape in woven apparel by removing unwanted fitness or fullness of the edge of the pattern, or we adjust the pattern to get the right pattern or the fitness of a pattern. The fourth one is the pattern drafting. So pattern drafting is you're going to draft the pattern using your own body measurement. So pattern drafting, it is a system of creating patterns that reflect an individual's measurements or the sizing standards of an apparel company. So next is the pattern block or sloopers. So pattern block or sloopers, it is said that the foundation of the basic patterns usually consist of the front and back bodies. So this is the example of front and back bodies. This is the final pattern of the front and back. So front and back skirt, sleeve, and pants. This is the skirt and sleeve. Pattern blocks have been tested to have an equal fit. So the next one is flat pattern that I already discussed earlier. So the flat pattern is drafted on paper, and the dimensions are taken from a model or your own body or in a company sizing standards. These measurements will dictate the basic shape of the patterns. So the last one is the pattern shapes. So pattern shapes are created with a series of straight and curved lines. These straight and curved lines create a pattern by applying the individual measurements and connecting the dots. And that's all. Thank you. First, we need to tie a string in part of your waistline or the smallest part of your body. And after that, we need to start with the front and back bodies. First, locate the neck point, and with the passing of the tape measure through the apex point down to the natural waistline. So this is the measurement of your front bodies. Next is the back bodies. All we need to do is to measure the back bodies, and we need to locate the shoulder blade for us to get the measurement of it. Next is the apex height. You need to locate the neck point for you to be able to get the measurement of the apex height. Next is the horizontal measurement. Now you are going to locate the shoulder tip point where you can see the bones in side to side. put the tape measure at the back so that you can get the measurement of the shoulder point width. The procedure is also the same with the front. The next body measurement is the bust. It is taken around the fullest part of the body, and also you need to insert 2 fingers, and it's also called snug measurement. And now we're going to take the measurement of the waistline, where it is taken from the natural waistline of the body. And lastly is for the apex distance, where we're going to locate the apex point to another point of the apex. And same with the front. And you also need to put your hands at the back of your waistline to get the right measurement or to locate the shoulder blade distance.
Good day everyone, I am Carl Favor, 20 years old from BTVTEd major in Garments, Fashion and Design to be. And for today's video, we're going to tackle all about the basic hand stitches and its application. So let's start. So here are the learning objectives. By the end of this mini video lecture, you will be able to identify basic hand stitches by its application based on the attached learning materials. And then you will be able to explain their respective differences and purposes. And also by the end of this mini video lecture, you will be able to determine what kind of stitches are most easiest and difficult to perform. And also by the end of this mini video lecture, you will be able to analyze its importance in our daily life. And lastly, by the end of this mini video lecture, you will be able to create each kind of basic hand stitches at home or even in school. Knowing basic hand sewing techniques allows you to quickly make repairs and do small projects. Even if you have a sewing machine, there are times that hand sewing is better to give you the results you want. Learn about hand sewed stitches, how to sew them, and which technique works best for different purposes. And of course, basic hand stitches have their classifications. The first one is the temporary stitch, the second one is the permanent stitch, the third is the hemming stitch, and lastly is the decorative stitch. The first classification of basic hand stitches is the temporary stitch. Temporary stitch are used to hold the garment or fabric pieces together before permanent stitch are made, and it includes even basting stitch, uneven basting stitch, and lastly is the basting stitch. Even basting stitch, it is used to hold the fabric together temporarily, but more securely than in uneven basting. Make even stitches of about 1/4 inch to 3/8 inch long. When easing one layer of the fabric to another layer, hold the layer to be eased on top and gather this top layer to stitch. Uneven basting stitch. This is used to mark or to hold fabrics together only where there is no strain on the stitches. Use this type of basting as the guideline on the upper side of the fabric is at least twice than that on the underside of the fabric. Make a long stitch about 1/2 inch on one side of the fabric and then a short stitch 1/4 inch on the other side of the fabric. And for the last kind of the temporary stitch is the basting stitch. It is the same as the running stitch but with longer stitches between 1/4 and 1/2 inches. You can do it straight also instead of slanting as in running stitch. Today we tend to pin-based more than hand-based test our garments and projects, but hand basting can still be useful, especially when both lightweight silk and chiffon and heavyweight leather and Melton wools. And now we proceed to the second classification of basic hand stitches, which is the permanent stitch. Permanent stitch are smaller and they lock together for a longer lasting band. And under the permanent stitch we have straight stitch and also back stitch. The third one is the whip stitch, and lastly is the overcast stitch. The first kind of the permanent stitch is the straight stitch or the running stitch. The running stitch or the straight stitch is the most basic of the hand sewing stitches. It has many variations according to the requirement. The second one is the back stitch. A hand-sewn back stitch is a strong, reliable stitch. Before sewing machine, all clothes were built by layer upon layer of back stitches. Third is the whip stitch. The whip stitch is a simple stitch used in both sewing and crocheting. It is usually used to sew together two separate pieces of material with flat edges in both practices. When used in crochet works, the whip stitch is nearly invisible. For sewn works, the stitch is more visible but can be masked. And for the last kind of the permanent stitch is the overcast stitch. It is the one of the several types of hand stitches. The purpose is to prevent the unrevealing of the fabric. We are now to the third classification of basic hand stitches, which is the hemming stitch. How you finish the lower edge of a garment after you have decided on the length you want it. Hemming is securing the fabric in place while also covering the raw edge and preventing it from unraveling. And under the hemming stitch we have catch stitch, slip stitch, and lastly is the fell stitch. The first kind of the hemming stitch is the catch stitch. Catch stitch is you can use this stitch to finish hems with fabric that doesn't fray and to tuck facing invisibly. They will appear as a crosses on the wrong side and small stitches on the right as seen in the image. Second is the slip stitch. The slip stitch is the most used stitch for hems and other finishes. It's almost invisible and clean when it's done right. A slip stitch is a common hem stitch and is used when you don't want visible stitches. And for the last kind of the hemming stitch is the fell stitch. It is known for applique stitch, which is one layer of fabric, generally a folded or selvage edge, that is a stitch to another. It's quick, strong, and flexible. The piece sewn on with a fell stitch can move somewhat like a hinge, and that makes it good for installing linings. Sew the stitches between 1/8 to 1/4 inch apart. Now, we proceed to the last classification of basic hand stitches, which is the decorative stitch. Decorative stitches are tiny bits of thread art made by hand or machine. Decorative stitches are a beautiful way to add delicate details to your handmade pieces. And under the decorative stitches, we have blanket stitch, buttonhole stitch, and lastly buttonhole stitch with bugle beads. The first kind of the decorative stitch is the blanket stitch. Blanket stitch is a stitch used to reinforce the edge of thick materials. Depending on circumstances, it may also be called a cable stitch or a crochet stitch. It is a decorative stitch used to finish an unhemmed blanket. This stitch can be seen on both sides of the blanket. The second one is the buttonhole stitch. It is a knotty blanket stitch. As you do the blanket stitch, you make a simple knot. Though the knot is simple, the resultant edge looks very attractive and not so simple. In this stitch, as you make the blanket stitch, you make a loop by bringing the thread around the needle in an anti-clockwise direction. And for the last kind of the decorative stitch is the buttonhole stitch with bugle beads. This combines beads with the buttonhole stitch edge. After the edge stitching is done with enough space for a single bugle bead in between, use a beading needle to insert the bugle beads in between the space of the stitches. So that's all for this topic, and if we are going to recall, we have 4 classifications of basic hand stitches, and these are the temporary stitch, permanent stitch, hemming stitch, and the decorative stitch. And for the temporary stitch, we have even basting stitch, uneven basting stitch, and lastly the basting stitch. And for the permanent stitch, we have straight stitch, back stitch, whip stitch, and overcast stitch. For the hemming stitch, we have catch stitch, slip stitch, and fell stitch. And for the last classification, for the decorative stitch, we have blanket stitch, buttonhole stitch, and lastly the buttonhole stitch with bugle beads. While this list doesn't contain all the stitches out there, it's certainly a good starting point if you're just beginning to learn how to sew. These are incredibly useful stitches to know and will get you through most sewing projects. And to completely comprehend how to execute the basic hand stitches, watch my sample video by clicking the link. So that would be all, and I hope you learned something and gain more knowledge about this topic. Again, I am Carl Favor from BTVTEd Major in Garments, Fashion and Design 2B, and thank you for watching. Bye!
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. This is Isavel Fulo with today's lecturer for the topic How Body Measurements Are Taken from my specialization, Garments, Fashion and Design. So in this topic, there are 3 classifications of body measurements. These include the horizontal measurement, vertical measurement, and circumferential measurement. We all know the differences of these. The horizontal measurement is taken from the left of the figure to the right figure, while the circumferential measurement is taken around the body. And lastly, the vertical measurement is taken from the top of the body figure to its base. Now let's discuss one by one the needed body measurements, how and where they are taken. For the horizontal measurements, these include first the shoulder point width or SPW. This measurement is taken from one shoulder deep point to the other shoulder deep point, arching slightly to cover the cervical prominence of the neck. This measurement is both taken in the front and back bodies. So as you can see from the videos, these are how the body measurement is taken. The second one is the apex distance or A. This measurement is taken in the front body switches across from one apex point to the other apex point. For this part of measuring, consider to be polite. Let the client or model inform that you will measuring to a sensitive part. Let the client point his or her apex point and you, the measurer, determine the measurement of it. The third one is the shoulder blades distance or SBD. This is just like the apex distance, but the difference is that the apex distance is in the front and the shoulder blades distance is at the back. So this measurement is taken in the back bodies, which is across from one shoulder blade to the other shoulder blade. For the circumferential measurements, these first include the bust, or B. This measurement is taken around the bust with a tape measure running on the apex point in front, at the back shoulder blades distance, and on the sides. So the same with the apex point, this is measuring in a sensitive part, so consider also to be flat. The second one is the waist, or W. This measurement is taken around the smallest part of the torso, or the waistline. So to be able to determine the smallest part of waistline, it is considered to put a string around the waistline, so it will be easier to identify where the waistline is, which is needed in the other body measurements to be taken. The third one is the hip, or the H. It is taken around the hip depth, or the hip level, where the buttocks are fullest. One thing to consider in measuring circumferential measurements is to put two fingers inside the tape measure. This is for the allowance of the fourth one is the lower arm girth, or LAG. This measurement is taken around the arm level where the desired length of sleeve is located. So the desired length is decided by the client or the model. The fifth one is the upper arm girth, or the UAG. This measurement is taken around the upper arm level. For the vertical measurements, these include first the full body length, or FBL, for front. So the FBL is taken from the shoulder neck point, passing over the apex point down to the waistline. The second one is the full body length for the back. So as you can see from the video, it is taken from the shoulder neck point, passing over the shoulder blade down to the waistline. The third one is the apex height, or AH. This is taken from the shoulder neck point down to the apex point, or to the highest point of the bust. So here I let my model point her to her apex point. The fourth one is the shoulder blades height, or SBH. This is taken from the shoulder neck point down to the shoulder blade. So this is like the apex height, but the difference is the apex height is at the front while the SBH is at the back. The fifth one is the sleeve's desired length. So this measurement is taken from the shoulder tip point down to the desired length on the arms. The skirt's desired length. So this measurement is taken from the waist down to the desired length. The last one is the depth or HD. This is taken from the waist down to the level where the buttocks are fullest. So you need to identify here where the buttocks and align it to determine the measurement.
Good morning everyone, I am Lyan Allyzon Iloso and today our topic is about body measurements. In this topic, we will be discussing 3 points which are the definition of body measurements, the importance of accurate body measurements, and how we measure our body measurements. First, body measurements is the measurements of our body. It is measured accurately and precisely to be able to make clothes that would fit as well. Also keep in mind that we need to accurately measure our body measurements to be able to make the clothes or garments that we want to wear or our customers to fit us or them properly, because nobody wants clothes that are too tight or too loose for them. We want it to perfectly fit our body shapes or our body sizes. For our learning objectives, at the end of the lesson, the students must be able to define body measurements, know its importance, and to measure students' own body measurements. Before we proceed to measuring our body measurements, there are 3 tools or materials that we will need. First, a paper and pen for noting our body measurements, and of course, we will need to use a tape measure. Tape measure is usually used for measuring our body measurements since it is long and flexible enough for measuring our body measurements. In measuring our body measurements, there are 3 parts that we will be measuring. Our bodies, which is this part, the upper portion of our body, the sleeve of a piece of clothing that covers some or all of the area of our arm, and the skirt, which a piece of women's clothing that hangs from our waist down to the desired length of the person. In bodies, we will be measuring for our front and for our back. For our front, we will be measuring our full body's length, our shoulder width point, our apex height, apex distance, our bust, and our waist. While for the back, we will also be measuring the full body's length of the back, the shoulder width point, the shoulder blades height, and the shoulder blades distance. Now get your tape measure because I will now be teaching you how to measure the bodies. First, we will be measuring for the full body's length or the FBL. In measuring the full body's length or the FBL, we will start from the shoulder neck point, which is here, going down to the apex point and down to the waist. We have 15 inches for the FBL. After we get their body measurements, we should write it on a piece of paper because later we will be needing our body measurements. After measuring the FBL, we will be measuring next the shoulder point width. In measuring that, we will start from the shoulder point width, from one shoulder point width to the other shoulder point width. We have 15 inches for the shoulder point width. Next, we will be measuring the apex height. Just like the FBL, we will start from the shoulder neck point and down to the apex height, which is 10 inches. Next, the apex distance. We measure starting from one apex point to the other apex point. We have 8 inches. After that, we will be measuring for our bust. In measuring our bust, we measure its circumference. Then we will add 2 or 3 inches inside for the allowances of our body measurements. We have 31 inches for our bust, then lastly our waist. Also in measuring our waist, we will first locate the smallest part of our waist. It is found 2 inches above our belly button. 2 inches, this is our belly button. 2 inches above the belly button. Here. Then we will measure now. Then add 2 or 3 inches. We have 26 inches for our waist. And that is for the front bodies. We will now proceed to measuring for our back bodies. First, we will be measuring the full body's length or the FBL of the back, starting from the shoulder neck point down to the shoulder blades point to the waist. We have 15.5 for the FBL. Next, we measure the shoulder point width, starting from the shoulder tip point to the another shoulder tip point. From one shoulder tip point to the other, we have 15 inches for the shoulder point width. Then we have the shoulder blades height. We will measure starting again from the shoulder neck point down to the shoulder blades point. That is the shoulder blades height. For the shoulder blades height, we have 8.5 inches. And lastly, we will be measuring for the shoulder blades shoulder blades distance. From one shoulder blade point to the other shoulder blade point. That is how we locate the shoulder blades distance. We have 7 inches for the shoulder blades distance. And that is how we measured for the bodies, for the front and back bodies. Now let's proceed to measure for our sleeve. In measuring for our sleeve, unlike the bodies, we only need 4 parts to measure, which are the sleeve length, the lower arm girth, the cup height, and the upper arm girth. First, let's measure the sleeve length. In measuring the sleeve length, we first need to locate the shoulder tip point. Starting from the shoulder tip point up to the desired length, for example here, we have 6 inches for the sleeve length. And to locate the lower arm girth, we should measure the circumference of it. Then add 1 to 2 inches for allowance again. We have 10 inches for the lower arm girth. Then let's measure the cup height, starting again from the shoulder tip point down to here beside the armpit. we have 4 inches. Then measure its circumference. Add 1 or 2 inches again. We have 11 inches for the upper arm girth. And that is how we measured for the sleeve. We will move on to measuring for our skirt. First, we will measure the skirt length. In measuring the skirt length, we will start from our waist down to our desired length. For example, up to here, we have 6 inches for our skirt length. Then we will measure our hip depth. Our hip depth we measure again starting from our waist down to the side of our hips. We have 6.5 inches for our hip depth. Then we measure for our hips. We measure around our hips and the fullest part of our buttocks. Then we have we also must insert 1 or 2 fingers for allowances, and we have 33 inches for our hips. And that is how we measure for our bodies, our sleeve, and our skirt. Thank you for listening, and I hope that you learned something from our discussion today.
For today's video, I will discuss the 5 different classifications of sewing equipment. First, we have measuring tools. Measuring tools in sewing are very important for the perfect fit and shape of any garment, and even home furnishing. In measuring tools, we have measuring tape. The tape measure is a standard measuring tool that every sewist should have in their sewing kit. When measuring your body for sewing clothes, a tape measure is essential for taking your bust, waist, hips, and many other measurements that allow you to create the perfect fit. A clear ruler. Measuring tools in sewing must include a ruler made of clear plastic. The length can vary but 12 inches to 30 centimeter or 18 inches or 45 centimeter is a good length for dressmaking and pattern measuring. The clear ruler is used for measuring straight lines, seam lines, quilting lines, pattern seam markings, marking of small distance spaces like buttonholes and pleats. French curve. A French curve is a very useful curved template and can help measure and draw out all sorts of pattern and curve areas. Taylor's L square. Technically, the L square is 2 different size rulers joined together into the L-shaped unit with a short side and a long side. They make a right angle at the point where they meet. Second of classifications is cutting. In cutting tools, we have the 7 best cutting tools for sewing. First, fabric shears. This will be one of your most used and important cutting tools for sewing. The best sewing scissors are especially designed to cut fabric. Your fabric scissors, also called shears, should be sharp enough to cut through several layers of fabric at the one time. This means they will need to be medium to large sized. Second, thread shippers. Thread snips are especially just small scissors that give you more essential control while clipping, so there's no need to get anything fancy. Third, we have embroidery scissors. Embroidery scissors are short scissors with sharp tips, and these can be used in many sewing applications. They will easily fit within most medium-sized to large hoops for close cutting. Embroidery scissors are made for those who are right or left-handed. Fourth, we have rotary cutter. It's a circular blade on a handed tool that cuts fabric in a similar fashion to a pizza cutter. These blades come in a number of sizes depending on how large or small you need and quickly size through fabric without any hand fatigue. Fifth, we have pinking shears. Are scissors with saw-toothed instead of straight blades. They produce a zigzag pattern instead of a straight edge. Seam ripper is a small sewing tool used for cutting and removing stitches. The most common form consists of a handle, shaft, and head. We have in classifications of marking tools. In marking tools, we have tailor's chalk, a chalk-like material used for marking alternations on a fabric tailoring and dressmaking. Chalk cartridge pen set marks fabrics with a clear and thin line. Air erasable pens contains an advanced technology link system with 0-point limiter ceramic ruler bowl. For fire sharp lines, the sew line ink will disappear with 2 to 10 days from most fabrics. We have in classifications in stitching. In stitching, we have sewing pins. Sewing pins are used to hold fabric together prior to sewing. They temporarily hold the fabric in place when attaching and cutting patterns or while sewing. Pin cushion is a small stuffed cushion, typically 3 to 5 can across, which is used in sewing to store pins or needles, with their needs protruding to take hold of them easily. Collect them and keep them organized. Sewing needles. Sewing needles used for hand sewing is a long slender tool with a pointed tip at one and one a hole or eye to hold the sewing thread. Thimble. Thimble is a small pitted cap worn on the finger that protects it from being pricked or poked a needle while sewing. Sewing thread is a yarn used to combine 2 or more fabric pieces together in a garment, accessories, and other textiles. The last classification is pressing. Pressing, we have iron. Iron is a small appliance used to remove wrinkles from fabric. Second, steam press. Steam presses work in a similar way to an iron. They use a flat surface to apply pressure combined with heat and steam to relax the wrinkles. Third, steam air finish. Typically, shirts, coats, dresses, or light garments are dressed on these finishers over a form that holds the garment in a somewhat natural shape, and conditioning fluids such as steam or air applied from inside the garment to inflate the garment to its fullest natural shape. For the end of the video, I hope you learned something from what I shared with you. Thank you!
Hello everyone! A beautiful morning to all of us. I am Janina Angela Alistar, your subject facilitator for today. How are you today? Oh, you are all doing good. That's great. Who are absent today? Oh, none of you are absent. Very good. Thank you, Miss Kia. So before we start our discussion, who can recall our lesson yesterday? Yes, Miss Samantha. Okay, can anybody name some of the different hand stitches with its corresponding use and function in sewing? Yes, Mr. Nathan. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Nathan. Anyone else from the class? Yes, Miss Kath. Very good, Miss Kath. Thank you for that. So yesterday, we talked about different hand stitches, which include backstitch, running stitch, basting stitch, catch stitch, blanket stitch, blind stitch, cross stitch, and overcast stitch. Now, let's proceed to our next discussion, which is all about the garment notions. Have you visited a boutique? What have you noticed? What are the common activities can you identify that the designers do? Okay, thank you for that. Now, let's proceed to our discussion. Today, we will be discussing the topic 6, which is all about the garment notions. At the end of the lesson, you are expected to first, identify garment notions in facing. Second, identify the types of facing. And third, apply the different types of facing according to its design and process. So in sewing, garment notions are small objects or accessories, including items that are sewn or otherwise attached to a finished article such as buttons, snaps, and collars. So notions also include the small tools used in sewing, such as needles, thread pins, marking pens, and seam rippers. In other words, the term garment notions refers to the small instruments and accessories used to finish sewing projects, and it encompasses a wide range of materials, equipment, and embellishments. So what is facing? A facing is a piece of fabric used to finish raw edges of a garment at open areas such as neckline, armholes, and front and back plackets or openings. A facing may be a separate pattern piece to be added to the garment or an extension of the pattern piece itself. So in sewing, facing is a small piece of fabric, separate or a part of a fabric itself used to finish the fabric edges. So it makes a garment look professionally finished with the seam well hidden inside and fold of the facing. It is kept on the same braid as the garment section it will face, so it will wear and hanging in the same manner. So there are few standards to go by when adding facing to your garment. First, the facing should be the same shape and braid as the edge to be faced. Second, the facing should be flat, smooth, and free from bulk. So to lessen the bulk, braid the seam allowances. If bulk is created by joint seams, trim or notch out the excess seam fabric to create a smooth outer appearance. Then the outer edges of the facing should be finished. So we should choose a finish that is appropriate for the fabric being used to prevent raveling or curd. If you are working with a fabric like knit that doesn't ravel, or with a garment that will be lined, the edges of the facing do not need to be finished. Third, to hold the seam allowance in place, the facing must be understitched 1 inch from the seam of the facing. So the facing will also need to be tacked down at the shoulder seams. To tack down the facing, hand stitch the facing down at the shoulder seams, or stitch in the ditch at the shoulder seams. Fourth, a facing should also have the appropriate interfacing applied to the fabric. The type of fabric used will depend on the type of interfacing used. Interfacing should always be used when facings are called for in a pattern, even if the pattern doesn't require interfacing. The interfacing prevents stretching or sagging of the neckline or sleeves, and it acts as a reinforcement for the area and gives the garment a smooth but firm body. The interfacing should be applied to the wrong side of the fabric so as to be hidden on the inside of the garment. Although there are many different types of interfacing, such as woven, non-woven, sew-in, or fusible, it should match the type of fabric you are using for the garment. So when we are to select interfacing, we should remember the following. First, the interfacing should be the same weight or lighter than the fabric being used. Second, choose a black interfacing for dark colors and white interfacing for light colors. Third, when sewing on knit type fabric, choose a knit interfacing versus a woven or non-woven interfacing to preserve the elasticity of the fabric. Interfacing is generally applied to the facing prior to stitching onto the garment. However, in some of the cases, interfacing may be applied to the facing after it looks. So we have 3 types of facings. First, shape facings. Second, extended facings. Third, bias facings. So shape facings is a separate piece of fabric cut from the pattern to the same shape and on the same grain as the garment edge it will finish. Interfacing should be applied to the facing piece of fabric prior to any stitching. So I have here the illustrations that show slip stitching and finishing techniques to shape color facing. Once the interfacing is applied, stay stitch the neckline of the front and back pieces, as you can see here in figure 1. Stitch the facing together at the shoulder seams. Once the facing is stitched together, finish the outer edge prior to the stitching it into the garment, as you can see here in figure 2. Another illustrations that show placement of the interfacing of a collar. Place the right side of the facing and the garment together. Match seam and notches and stitch the facing the garment with the facing side up, as you can see here in figure 3. So grade the seam allowance by trimming the facing narrower than the garment seam allowance to prevent bulk, as you can see here in figure 4. Here in figure 5, you can see the understitching of a collar. The second type of facing is extended facings. An extended facing is cut as an extension of the fabric and then folded back along the edge it finishes, as you can see here in figure 9. So extended facings are often used on garments with front or back openings cut on a straight line. The neckline of an extended facing is a shaped facing and should be applied using the same techniques as other facings, as you can see here in figure 10. So in this illustration shows fold line and front facing for extended facing. In the illustration, here, you can see finishing and reinforced stitching of extended facing. Here in figure 13, you can see the seam allowance and seam line. So we have the third type of facing, which is the bias facings. A bias facing is a narrow strip of lightweight fabric cut on the bias so that it can be shaped to conform to the curve it will finish. Bias facings are often used on sheer fabrics to eliminate a wide facing that may show through. They are also used on children's garments. A bias strip of lining fabric can eliminate heavy shape facings on bulky fabrics. A bias facing should be about 1 inch wide when finished. As you can see here in figure 14 and 15, this shows garment and facing. Here in figure 16 and 17, these show the pressing of garment. And here in figure 18, this show the grading of the collar interface. Here in figure 19, turn the facing to the inside and understitch. This will let the seam line roll slightly to the inside. Trim ends and turn under 1/4 inch at the garment opening. Slip stitch the edge of the facing to the inside of the garment. So some of the tips I can give you for applying facings is that, first, both shape and bias facing can be cut from a fabric lighter in weight than the garments to reduce bulk. Second, if you have to alter the pattern, be sure to alter facing and interfacings to match. Third, make facings smooth and flat by clipping inward curves and notching outward curves. Fourth, understitch shape and extended facings to keep them from rolling to the outside of the garment. And lastly, finish outer edges of facings. Generally, the same finish that is applied to seams can be used to finish facing edges. Use the least bulky seam finish that will prevent from raveling. So that's the end of our discussion for today. Hope you learned something. I will just send to you the links for the video demonstrations for you to watch. Thank you for listening. Let's call it a day. Goodbye, everyone.
Good day, everyone. Today, I am going to discuss about the characteristics of neckline shapes. So let me first define what is neckline. So neckline is the top edge of a garment that surrounds the neck, especially from the front view. Neckline also refers to the overall line between all the layers of clothing and the neck and shoulder of a person. So we have different kinds of neckline shapes, but I will discuss the 6 basic neckline shapes. So we have the round shape. Second is the square neck. And third is the sweetheart. And fourth is the V-neck. Fifth is the boat neck. And sixth is the turtleneck. So for the round neck, its ties around the neck are best on long and slim neck, and it's not ideal for chest, for the bigger chest. Yes. So for the next is the square neck. These are like a round neck, round neck rather. Only square some can be bit of a mix of both round neck and square neck. Square neck. Uh, both of them mix of both being a soft square. So next is the sweetheart. This is like a diamond except softer edges. It can be described as sweetheart if it's strapless and shaped over the bust. Not a straight line, but it's shaped over the bust. So fourth is the V-neck. It is another great neckline for everyone, and it is my favorite neckline shapes. V-neck is a great neckline for everyone, especially if you are wider at the shoulder or not as tall as you'd like to be. So as it gives an illusion of elongating the torso or have a larger chest. So number 5 is the boat neck. So this type of neckline is a straight opening like this, straight opening, sitting close to the neck, high in the front and back. So the slash varies how wide it is towards its shoulder edges. Again, it is not good for busty folk and not ideal for this with short neck. It is great if your hips is bigger than your shoulder, though it pershapes the body. So we have the last basic neckline shapes, the turtleneck. So this is also called as a high neck because of the fabric that covers the neck up to the near of the chin. So this will end my discussion. Thank you for listening.
Good day everyone, this is Diana Rose Lucinario and I'm here to discuss to you my topic of specialization, which is the multiple intelligence theory. So, multiple intelligence theory is proposed by Howard Gardner. He suggests that traditional psychometric views of intelligence are too limited. So he also said that people have different kinds of intelligence. For him, intelligence is the ability to create effective products or offer service that is valued in culture or it is a set of skills. So, to make possible for a person to solve problems in life, it is potential for finding or creating solutions for a problem. This multiple intelligence theory simply involves the gathering of data. So we have here 8 intelligences. First, we have the linguistic. When we say linguistic, it is a word smart. It is a sensitivity of a person on spoken and written languages. It is the capacity to use language to accomplish a goal. So, best example of the word smart persons are the public speaker, host, writer, author, journalist, and simply lawyers. So as we observe, those are person who has the ability to speak in a certain environment or in their respective fields. So next one, we have the logical mathematicals or the number or reasoning smart. These are the person who analyze a problem logically. They can carry out or solve mathematical problems and investigate issues scientifically. Best example here is the scientists, mathematicians, and computer analysts. Here in logical mathematicals, those are the person who are smart regarding solving mathematical equations. So those are the number or reasoning smart person. First, the third one we have is spatial. Those are the picture smart. They can simply recognize, manipulate pattern of a wide space. Example of this are the sculptor, chess player, architect, and interior designers. As you observe, they are able to manipulate pattern, for they are the picture smart persons. They are able to recognize or exhibit picture or pattern inside their minds in order for them to create it. And the fourth intelligence, we have the musical or the music smart. These are the skills in performance, composition, appreciation of musical, and appreciations of musical pattern. Best example here, as we hear the word musical, are the singers, composer, DJs, and musicians. In terms of learning, on the other hand, they are able to learn easily when they are listening to music. Personally speaking, I am one of those musically inclined person, or the music smart person. I am personally learn easily the moment that I am listening to music. So the fifth one, we have bodily kinesthetic. These are the person which are body smart. They are able to use one's body to solve problems. Best example here are the dancers, athletes, and the surgeon. They use their body, or they use their body in order for them to learn. So here's the dancers. They are able to manipulate or exhibit such step with less difficulty. So these person are classified as body smart. The sixth intelligence is the interpersonal. When we say interpersonal, these are the people smart. They are able to understand intentions, motivations, desires when they are working with others. They are good at communicating and building connection towards others. Best example here as the teachers, the salespersons, and manager, for they are able to communicate with people with enthusiasm. So those are the interpersonal that is classified as the interpersonal intelligence, or the people smart. And next, we have interpersonal, or the self-smart. Kung sa interpersonal, they are people smart. Here naman sa intrapersonal, they are self-smart. So, they are able to understand oneself, the effective model of oneself, knows own desires, fears, and capacities. They can deal with themselves they can deal with themselves or being alone. Those who have few circle of friends. Also, I am also this kind of person. Also, I have this. I have possessed this intrapersonal, for I am self-smart. So I am more good on dealing with myself than having a lots of circle of friends. Then now we have the naturalist intelligence, for they are the nature smart. They used to appreciate natures, the floral and the fauna. Best examples here are the person classified as naturalist are the biologist, botanist, astronomer, geologist, and the meteorologist. Then the ninth one, this is just new, which is added in the multiple intelligence theory, which is the existentialist. From the root word itself, existence. So it is the understanding of existence or the meaning of the life. They are free agents who have control over their choices and action. They believe that society should not restrict individuals' lives and actions, and these restrictions exhibit free will and the development of that person's potential. Best example of the existentialists is the philosophers and the priests, for they have their understanding of the meaning of the real essence and the meanings of the life itself. So this is the philosopher. They are free persons or free agents. So those are the intelligences, or the multiple intelligence classified by Howard Gardner. For the recap, first we have the linguistic. When we say linguistics, they are word smart. For the next one is the logical mathematical. They are number or reasoning smart. Those person which are mathematicians. And the third one, we have spatial. The picture smart. They are able to visualize, recognize, and manipulate pattern. And then the musical, or the music smart. Skills in performance and compositions. And the fifth one, bodily kinesthetic. These are person who are body smart. Interpersonal, the people smart. Interpersonal, people smart. Intrapersonal, self smart. And then the naturalist, which is the nature smart. And the last one, which is existentialist, are able to define the meaning of the existence, or understanding the meaning of the life itself. So that's all for today. I hope you understand the topic that I have been discussed to you. And thank you for listening. Any clarifications, you are free to ask if there is something that I haven't discussed clearly, or I've just discussed it vaguely. So just feel free to send me a message. Again, thank you for listening. Have a blessed day ahead. Thank you.
A pleasant morning, everyone. I'm Judith M. Emilia from Bachelor of Technical Vocational
Teacher Education. Today, we will talk about drafting basic pattern for sleeve. Before we proceed to the procedure, let's have some review about body points or measurement. First, we have the full body length, apex height, shoulder blade heights, shoulder point width, apex distance, shoulder blades distance, bust, waist, lower arm girth, cap height, upper arm girth, and desired length. For drafting the basic pattern for sleeve, we only use the desired length, cap height, and upper arm girth. The desired length is taken from the shoulder point width down to the desired length. The cap height is taken from the shoulder point width in line with the armpit. Third, the lower arm girth is taken from the fullest part of the armhole where the sleeve length is false. And the last one is the upper arm girth taken around the armhole. After we take body measurement needed for drafting the pattern, let's have some calculation. We divide circumferential measurement like lower arm girth and upper arm girth into two because we use the half of the pattern paper. And then prepare the tools and material needed for drafting the pattern. First, we have the pattern paper, pencil, roller, French curve, and of course tape measure. Now, we can proceed on drafting the pattern. First, draw a perpendicular line. From the top, mark it as A and B downward, which is equal to the sleeve length. Second, from point A to C, downward is equal to cap height and square the lines. Third, from point C to D is equal to 1/2 of lower arm girth plus 1 inch. Fourth, from point B to E is equal to 1/2 of lower arm girth plus 1/2. After that, connect point D and E, also point A and D. After that, divide line A to D in 4 and mark the points as F, G, and H. From point G is equal to 1/2 inch outward and mark it as I. From point H is equal to 1/4 inch downward and mark it as point J. And then connect point A, I, F, J, and D. And connecting A, I to F, the position of French curve must like this. And for the connecting the line F, J, and D, the position of French curve must like this. And as easy as that procedure, you have the basic pattern for sleeve. And now, ready for making allowances, cut the pattern paper and transfer the body measurement into fabric, cut, and then ready for sewing. That's all. Thank you for watching. Once again, I'm Judith Emedinilia from Bachelor of Technical Vocational Teacher Education of Bicol University.
Good day, students, especially to all dressmaking learners. How are you today? I am teacher May Miraflor. This subject that I am going to teach is dressmaking. Kindly all stand. Zoe, kindly lead the prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay, good morning class. Welcome to our class discussion, which is all about draft and cut pattern for lady skirt. Come and let us discover body measurements for lady skirt in the world of dressmaking. Are you ready? Be sure to listen and have notebook and pen all throughout the discussion so we can take down notes, learning as well as questions or clarification. Shall we start dressmaking, learners? Okay, let's begin. In this lesson, you will be able to determine body measurements introducing ladies' skirt. Appreciate the importance in taking body measurements accurately. Perform accurate measurement introducing ladies' skirt. Now, I would like you to have a pen and a piece of paper. Let us answer the activity what I know. Instructions. Write true if the statement is correct and false if it is wrong. Write your answer on a separate piece of paper. Number 1. Take horizontal or vertical measurement first before proceeding to circumferential or around the body measurements. Did you answer true? You got it right. Number 2. You can take your own body measurement. Did you answer false? You're right, because you need somebody's assistance to take your body measurements. Number 3. Follow the correct sequence in taking body measurements. Did you answer true? Brilliant. Number 4. Empty pockets, remove belt and extra clothing before taking body measurements. Did you answer true? Correct. Number 5. You may not record the measurements that is being taken. If your answer is false, you got it right. This time, let us talk about body measurements needed for a lady's skirt. But first, let us define body measurements. Body measurements deals with the measurement of body parts. It involves the body width, length, and girth, and its parts in specific areas on the body. Accurate body measurements are very important in obtaining best result in pattern drafting. Hence, body measurements should be taken with great care. Now you need to prepare the following tools and materials. Tape measure, which is the standard measuring device for taking body measurements. Paper and pencil, used to record the needed body measurements. Before you start taking body measurement, remember the following guidelines. Number 1. Stand naturally when being measured. Number 2. Do not take your own body measurements. Number 3. Empty pockets, remove belt and extra clothing before taking body measurements. Number 4. Follow the correct sequence in taking body measurements. Number 5. Measurement should be taken comfortably. Number 6. List down the measurements taken and make the necessary computation. Number 7. Use the same tape measure for taking body measurements, inches or centimeter, in drafting foundation patterns. Calibrations should be very clear to facilitate reading and minimize errors. These guidelines are very important in contributing a very well-fitted garment. When you follow these guidelines, then you can now proceed determining measurements needed in making a skirt. There are 5 body measurements needed in making a skirt. Number 1. Waistline or waist circumference. It is taken around the natural waist, which is approximately 2 inches above the hip bone. Measurement taken should be divided into 4. Take note, when measuring circumference, put 2 fingers under the tape measure. This will serve as additional allowance. Number 2. First hip. Taken inches down from the waist. Measurement is taken around the hip level where the stomach is fullest. Number 3. Hip or lower hip. Taken 8 inches down from the waist. This measurement is taken around the fullest part of the hips. If the stomach is prominent or rounded, add allowance of 2 or more inches or 5.1 centimeter or more until the fullest of the stomach is covered. Number 4. Skirt length. This is the vertical measurement taken from the waist down to the desired length. Number 5. Apex distance. This measurement is taken from the bust going to another bust. Measurement taken should be divided into 2. Take note, this measurement is needed in the dart. Now you know the exact location to be measured in producing a lady's skirt. Then let's try this activity. Ask your mother, sister, or friend to become your model in taking body measurements and apply the guidelines and procedure in taking body measurements. Make sure to have your tape measure, paper, and pencil to record the accurate measurement. Record the data or measurement dart and compute the needed measurement in drafting the basic skirt pattern. Now you may start doing your activity. How do you find your activity? Are you now familiar with the measurements needed in sewing lady skirt? If yes, can you name them? Well done! If you still find it difficult, you can practice more. To sum it up, remember the following guidelines in taking body measurement, because the way the measurement is taken will determine whether the garment will be tight, fitted, semi-fitted, or oversized. This will surely help to achieve great result of your garment. When body measurements are accurate, the garment can be fit. A well-fitted garment can enhance not only the look of a person, but also the personality. Accurate body prevents waste of time and energy that would have been used in pattern alteration and adjusting the garment. But if your measurements are not accurate, this provides incorrect data that can lead to wrong or even unpleasant results. What we have learned. Body measurements deals with the measurement of body parts. Accurate body measurements are very important. It's a vital process in sewing garment. Measurements needed in making a skirt. To help you remember the measurements, use the acronym WFISA. W stands for waist circumference, F for first hip, S for second hip, another S for skirt length, A for apex distance, WFISA. Today, we achieved the objectives of your lesson. You had determined body measurement in producing lady skirt. You appreciated the importance in taking body measurements accurately, and you will be able to perform accurate in producing lady skirt. Let us have an assessment of what you know. Instructions. Write true if the statement is correct and false if it is wrong. Write your answer on a separate piece of paper. Number 1. Take horizontal or vertical measurements first before proceeding to circumferential or around the body measurements. Did you answer true? You're right. Number 2. You can take your own body measurements. Did you answer false? You're right, because you need somebody's assistance to take body measurements. Number 3. Follow the correct sequence in taking body measurements. I repeat, Follow the correct sequence in taking body measurements. If your answer is true, brilliant. Number 4. Empty pockets, remove belt and extra clothing before taking body measurements. I repeat, empty pockets, remove belt and extra clothing before taking body measurements. Did you answer true? You're right. Number 5. You may not record the measurements that is being taken. I repeat, you may not record the measurements that is being taken. If your answer is false, you got it right because it must be listed with the necessary computation. Congratulations! You got a perfect score. I am impressed with the performance you shown in taking body measurements. I am looking forward that you will achieve the best result in sewing ladies' skirt or even other type of garment. Once again, I am teacher May Miraflor of Beacon University Albay Legazpi. Thank you, class. Goodbye.
Good day, everyone. I am Fernando Navarez, your today's lecturer. So our topic for today is all about sewing tools, materials, and equipment used in garments, fashion, and design. But before we proceed to our topic, let us first know our learning objective on today's lesson. So at the end of the lesson, the student should be able to 1. Identify the different sewing tools, materials, and equipment. 2. Classify the different tools according to its function. And lastly, select an appropriate tools for a specific garment work. So, sewing is a skilled craft. To become skillful in this field, it needs proper understanding of the essential tools, materials, and equipment to produce an excellent garment project. But before we proceed to our topic, let us first answer this simple activity that I prepared for you. This is called Scrabbled Word. Here is, we have jumbled letters, and what you are going to do is rearrange the letters to form a word based on what is shown in the picture. Are you ready, guys? Okay, for our number 1, rearrange the letters to form a word. Very good. The word is measuring tools. How about the second one? Yes, it is sewing materials. The third one. Very good, everyone. The word is cutting tools. How about the fourth one? Yes, the letter is sewing machine. And the last one. Yes, the word is marking tools. So let us now proceed to our discussion. Sewing tools, materials, and equipment are important elements in constructing a garment project. Knowing the appropriate tools, materials, and equipment makes your task easier. In choosing tools, materials, and equipment, it should be selected carefully as possible. And these are the things that we are going to discuss in our today's topic. First, we have sewing tools. Sewing tools, these are the handheld devices that aid in accomplishing a sewing task. The first classification of sewing tools that we are going to discuss today is the measuring tools. These are the devices that are used in this dressmaking to measure the body, fabric, seams, distances, and many more. The first example of measuring tools is tape measure. It is used to measure and take body measurements. It measures 150 centimeter on the front side, and on the other side, it measured 50 inches. The second one is sewing gauge. This is used to measure small hem areas and short distances like hem, fold, seam allowance, buttonholes, pleats, and tucks. So the third one is ruler. This is used to connect the 2 points in drawing straight lines. So it can be made of clear plastic or a wood. So this is a measuring tool since it is used to measure the cup height, and it also used in measuring the crotch. So the fourth one and the last example of measuring tools is meter or yardstick. So this is used to measure the fabric length by yard or by meter. The next classification of sewing tools is the drafting tools. So these are the tools used to draft pattern, draw lines, shape edges, and other parts of the pattern or the garment. So the first example of drafting tools is L-square. So this tool is an aluminum ruler with 90 degrees angle, used to draw perpendicular lines and measure parallel lines. So this is the tools that are used when drawing a construction line of a pattern. So the second one is the hip curve. So this tools is used to shape the hip line and other areas of garments that need to be curved. So basically this is used on the hips to curve the hips. So the third one is French curve. So this tools is used to connect arcs and semicircles such as the neckline, the armhole, the collar, and it is either made up of flat metal or a wood. And the third classification of sewing tools is the cutting tools. So this group of tools used to cut fabrics, pattern, paper, and excess threads. So the first example of it is the shears. So these tools are used for cutting fabrics and other materials. So there are two types of shears: the cutting shears for fabric and the pinking shears for the seam and raw edges to create a decorative edges. So the second example of cutting tools is scissors. So this is used to cut excess fabric of the seam, hanging thread, and for other purposes. So it is made up of plastic with metal or all metal. So in scissors, we also have two classification: the buttonholes scissor, which is used to cut buttonholes, and the embroidery scissors used for embroidery work. So the third example of cutting tools is the seam ripper. So this tool is intended for taking or ripping out the stitches of the seam. So the fourth and last example of cutting tools is the thread clipper. So this tool is specifically used to snip thread, and they are not designed to cut fabrics. So, and let us now proceed to the fourth classification of tools in sewing. So we have marking tools. So these are the tools used for transferring pattern markings to the fabric piece. So first example of it is the tailor's chalk. So it is used to mark the fabric, and it comes from variety of colors. The second one is the tracing wheel. So it is used to transfer the marks of the pattern to the cloth. And the third one is the dressmaker's carbon paper. So it is paired with tracing wheel to transfer the marks from the pattern paper to the cloth. So let us now proceed to the last classification of sewing tools. It is called the sewing aids. So these tools helps make sewing job easier and productive. So they are usually used in sewing. So number one is hand needles. So hand needles are used for temporary stitches, hemming, and other sewing purposes. The second one is the pins. It is used to fastens two or more materials together. So the third one is pin cushion. So this is used to hold pins and needles to prevent them from being scattered in the workplace. So the fourth one is thimbles. So thimbles is a tools that look like a small cup placed on the tip of the middle finger. So this helps to protect the finger from pickling while sewing. It is made up of metal or plastics. So the last one is the threader. So this tool is used to insert the thread, and this is used to insert the thread through the needle. So the second classification that we are going to discuss today is the sewing materials. So these are the things that are consumable in sewing. So number one example of it is fabric. So fabric is a type of woven or knitted cloth made up of animals, plants, or man-made fibers, and it is incorporated with certain features that makes it suitable for creating dresses. So the second one is thread. It is made up of yarn used to combine two or more fabric pieces together in garments, accessories, and other textile products. Now down to our last topic, which is focuses on sewing equipment. So sewing equipment, it is the machine and power tools that are used for a particular sewing job or activities. So great, and one example of it is the sewing machine. So it is a machine with mechanically driven needle for sewing or stitching cloth. So there are different types of sewing machine: the lock stitch sewing machine, high speed sewing machine, embroidery sewing machine, over edging sewing machine, buttonhole sewing machine, and button attachment sewing machine. So that ends our discussion for today. But before we end our lesson, our meeting for today, please do answer this simple assessment. Thank you for your time and for listening to our topic. So that ends our topic. I hope you a nice day ahead, and thank you so much.
Good day. I'm Steven Nathania Apakya from BTVTEd Garments Fashion and Design 2B, and today I will be discussing to you the classifications of neckline shapes. Here are the following learning objectives. First, at the end of the lesson, the students will be able to determine what necklines is. Second, at the end of this lesson, the students will be able to determine the different characteristics of necklines. Third, at the end of this lesson, the students will be able to apply the neckline shapes in their design. But first, let's define what neckline is. The upper border of a garment that surrounds the neck, especially from the front, is referred to as the neckline. Neckline also refers to the general line between all layers of clothes and a person's neck and shoulders, excluding visible undergarments. Necklines can be plain or fashionable. Choose one that complements your clothes and your body form. There are more necklines available than you can think. After this discussion and understanding the different types of necklines, you could even make your own mix. Here are the following types of necklines that I will be mentioning throughout this discussion. We have the asymmetrical, boat, cowl, collared, haltered, high neck or turtleneck, keyhole, illusion, off the shoulder, plunging, Queen Anne, round, scoop, spaghetti strap, square, strapless, surplice, V-neck, and sweetheart. First, we have the asymmetrical or one-shoulder neckline. One shoulder is left bare, and one strap runs across the opposite shoulder to the underside of the armhole to achieve this effect. It makes a strong fashion statement, and it works well in a plain color cloth to highlight the design. Boat neck. This is one of the broader necklines. It is graceful and flattering on the wearer's neck. It is also known as buto neckline. Both necklines give attention to the wearer's shoulder and lower neck. It balances larger hips or narrow faces by sitting just below the collarbone. This is a flattering neckline that is open and feminine. With a simple neckline on top, the boat neckline looks terrific. Cowl neck. Looking for something draped or soft? The cowl neck is cut with additional fabric to allow for drapes in the neck area. When created from a soft fabric, the cowl neck flatters all body forms. Fabric drapes will fall in accordance with the texture and weight of the fabric. This is a look that works well with stretch fabrics and sweater knits. Collared neck. The collared neck is a collar that is set into the neckline. It is a neckline that flatters most of body types and is a mainstay in the majority of our work outfits. The collar draws attention away from the bust area. Collars can be pointed, rounded, or even asymmetrical as they begin at a variety of heights. Most have a buttoned front, however, a collar can be attached to a closed bodice. Halter neck. The halter neck flatters broad shoulders and strikes a balance between broad shoulders and toned arms. This neckline focuses the eye away from the width of the shoulders towards the design center. High neck or turtleneck. This neckline looks best on someone with a long neck. It wraps around the neckline and sits directly under the chin. Turtlenecks frequently feature extra fabric that can be folded down to the desired length. These necklines are ideal for keeping warm in the winter. Keyhole neck. The keyhole neckline adds a jewel-like opening close to the neck and several ways to accent the chest. Keyholes of various forms can be made. This neckline does not suit larger busted shapes unless you want to display a lot of cleavage, which you may. Illusion neck. This is a popular bridal style. To create a see-through effect from above the bust to the neckline, a lacy or net material is employed. It looks best with a strapless bra. Off the shoulder. This neckline draws the viewer's attention to a broader area of focus. The off-the-shoulder neckline is flattering on thin shoulders. It's a bold, summer design that works best with a strapless bra. Plunging. The plunging neckline, or deep V, is a dramatic and lengthens the wearer's frame. It is best suited to those self-assured women or may require some type of tape to hold it in place and avoid a wardrobe malfunction. Queen Anne neck. This neckline is inspired by Queen Anne. It is designed in two parts. The front sweetheart neckline, which is supported by sleeves or straps, and the back. It is common neckline style for weddings. Round neck or crew neck. A round neck is another type of name for the crew neck. One of the most frequent styles of neckline is a basic, uncomplicated neckline that fits many body forms. A crew neck minimizes the amount of chest seen, giving the impression of a shorter neck and a broader chest area. The U-neck is a more extended variation of the round neckline. It opens up the neck area and the neckline is shaped like a U. Scoop neck. This is a deeper, broader neckline that looks good on everyone. It elongates the neckline and accentuates the collarbone. Spaghetti strap. Spaghetti strap necklines have a tiny straps that hold the garment in place. The neck is open and cool with a round or V-shaped shape. Square neck. This classic neck design complements curves and helps lengthen a short neck and narrow shoulders. Strapless neck. A strapless shirt accentuates the upper body. The strapless neckline draws attention to the collarbones, neck, and shoulders, definitely a wedding or a formal neckline. Surplice neck. Extra cloth in the garment's design crosses from one side of the bodice to the other and fits into the waist. It creates a crossover look that is excellent technique to define the waistline. Sweetheart neck. The sweetheart neckline is quite attractive and is an excellent method to highlight natural curves and enhance the bust. V-neck. This is a very common complementary neckline. It can lengthen a shorter neckline and balance large shoulders. It draws attention inwards and emphasizes a narrow body. The cutout V, a version of the V neckline, has slits cut out of the side of the V-neck, adding to the variety of distinctiveness of the neckline. Necklines really enhance a garment and should be worn to flatter and suit your tastes. Choosing the right neckline can make all the difference to the style and the overall appearance of any outfit. That is all for my discussion. I hope you learned something and apply that knowledge in your designs. Thank you for listening and have a good day.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Patricia Pedregosa from BTVTEd Garments, Fashion, and Design. So for today's lecture, I will be teaching you on how to draft a front and back skirt. But first things first, you must need to have the following materials. First, drafting paper or manila paper. Second, ruler. Third, measuring tape. Fourth, hip curve. Fifth, marker. Sixth, pencil. Now, I have here the measurement for the skirt. This will be going to use for drafting a pattern. I have here on drafting paper. Now I have here the procedure which we are going to follow to draft a front and back skirt. Before we proceed to draft the pattern, I have here the measurement for the skirt.
Desired length 18, hip depth 8.5, hips 32, waist 24, apex distance is 6.5, and shoulder blades distance is 6.5. Let's proceed in drafting the pattern. First procedure, A and B is the desired length minus 1 inch for the waistband. So the desired length is 18 minus 1 inch is equal to 17. So the desired length is 17. Next procedure, A and C is for the hip depth minus 1 inch for the waistband. So the hip depth is 8.5 minus 1 inch is equal to 7.5. So AD, EC, BF is equal to 1/4 hips. So our hips is 32. We need to divide it by 4 to get the final hips, or 1/4 of the hips. So 32 divided by 4 is equal to 8. So the 1/4 of the hips is 8. So point A to point D is equal to 8. CE is the same, 8. DF is also 8. Now we connect D, E, and F by using the ruler. The next procedure is DG, EH, FI. So it's also equal to 1/4 hips, which is 8. DG is 8. EH is 8. FI is equal to 8. So we connect C and E and E and F. And F and I. And also GF and FI. The next procedure is GH is equal to AC. The measurement for the GH is the same measurement for the AC, which is 7.5. The next procedure is C and J is equal to 1/2 apex distance. So our apex distance is 6.5 divided by 2 is equal to 3 and 1/4. So the C and J is equal to 3 and 1/4. Next, A and K is equal to 1/2 apex distance minus 1/2 is equal to, since our C and J is 3 and 1/4, we need to minus it, 1/2 is equal to 2 and 3/4. So our AK is equal to 2 and 3/4. Next, K and L is equal to 1 inch for the dart. 1 inch for the dart. And we need to connect KL to J. by using the ruler. Next procedure, 8 plus K plus L is equal to 1/4 waistline. So the waistline for our measurement is 24 divided by 4 is equal to 6. So since our AK is equal to 2 and 3/4, 2 and 3/4, the measurement will be 2 and 3/4 and 6 for M. Now we're done with our front skirt. Let's proceed to our back skirt. So first procedure, H and N is the 1/2 shoulder blades distance. The shoulder blades distance is 6.5 divided by 2 is equal to 3 and 1/4. 3 and 1/4. N. Next, G and O is equal to 1/2 shoulder blades distance minus 1/2 is equal to 2 and 3/4. The same measurement for A and K, 2 and 3/4. So O and P is 1 inch for the dart. O and P is the 1 inch of the dart. So we need to connect PO to N by using the ruler. Next procedure is G and O plus P and Q is equal to 1/4 waistline, 1/4 waistline. So since the measurement for G and O is 2 and 3/4, we start the measurement by 2 and 3/4 and the waistline is 6. So this will be the Q. So M and Q, we connect M and Q to E by using the hip curve. Next procedure, A and R is equal to 1/2 inch or 1 inch, 1 inch. So since A and R is 1 inch. Next, B and S is equal to 1/2 inch and connect S and F using the hip curve to shape the hemline of the front skirt. So B and S is equal to 1/2. And we connect B and F by using the hip curve. And also, we connect M and R by using the hip curve. Now we have our pattern in front and back skirt. We're done with our front and back skirt. We just need to mark the final pattern. Now, this is the final pattern for the front and back skirt. Now, this is our final pattern, front skirt and back skirt.
So hello everyone, I hope you're doing great. So for this video, we are going to tackle about the different hand stitches and I will show you its application. But before we start with our discussion, let me first share my PowerPoint presentation for you. So what is hand stitching? So definitely from the name itself, hand stitching. It is the actual process of stitching a fabric permanently using our hands. So there are several reasons why we must use hand sewing or hand stitching. The first reason why it is the easiest method of stitching hems, small sewing projects, and mending clothes and other items. It also can add a touch of creativity which can only be done by our hands. In the fashion industry, specifically in the couture fashion, it almost synonymous with hand stitching as it gives more precision, and sometimes we can only achieve a specific design or a result by using our hands. And lastly, using hand stitching can avoid damages to our delicate fabrics. So what I have mentioned earlier is some of the reason why we must use hand stitching. Now let's move on to the different hand stitching. So there are lots of hand stitching, but for this video, I will be focusing on the 5 basic hand stitches, which are the back stitch, running stitch, blanket stitch, chain stitch, and catch stitch, which I think essential in any sewing project. So let's start.
The running stitch. In terms of hand stitches, the running stitch is one of the most basic ones. It is an in and out even stitch. It is very closely related to an even basting stitch, but stitches are smaller and usually permanent. Running stitch are best for easing, very fine gathering, hand darning, and very delicate sewing such as fine seaming and tacking. So when we want to make the running stitch, we bring the needle up from the fabric, then stick it back down, then repeat the process. The important details is leaving spaces between the strands of the thread equally. The back stitch. This particular stitch has several names. It can be called as outline stitch, stem stitch, and split stitch. So the back stitch uses its perfect stitch for decoration and seams. It is also best to hold fabric pieces together firmly and in sewing or repairing seams. It's also best to avoid any damage to a delicate fabric, and in putting zipper, using backstitch is recommended. With backstitching, we first drive a needle and thread into the fabric from below. Next, we put the needle back in a certain distance back from the original spot. With the needle below again, we move it back through the fabric, but not at the same spot we first stuck the needle in. What we do is go through the fabric at roughly the same distance as the length of the thread visible on the top side of the fabric. The last step is to take the needle back in through the first spot we stuck it in, the one from step 1.
Out of the many basic stitches used for decoration, the chain stitch is among the most beautiful ones. A chain stitch is a type of embroidery stitch that forms a loop chain on the surface of the fabric. The use of these stitch is for decorative and outlining larger shape and for creating flower, stems, and leaves. In doing chain stitch, what we need to do is bring the needle up from underneath and reinsert it right next to the original hole. The catch is to leave a little loop of thread hanging. Otherwise, we will just pull the thread out completely. This loop will make up a link of our chain. Once we have the loop, we bring the needle back from the wrong side, but this time a stitch length away from the original spot. Naturally, the needle must go through the loop. Once it's completely out, the chain link will keep it in place from untangling. Then repeat the process. The cuts stitching. The advantage of the cuts stitching is that it stretches with the fabric. That way it won't wrinkle anything, nor will it break upon walking or moving. Its use is perfect for hemming, especially for softer, lighter fabrics. It is also best for tacking and facing at the seam edge and to hold interfacing pieces together. In catch stitch, we begin the stitch from the wrong side of the flap. This is so we can hide the knot under the cloth. Once that's done, we grab just a millimeter or so of the fabric diagonally from the original spot we stuck the needle through. The needle then goes diagonally down to the catch the same small amount of flap fabric. We continue to do this until we're done, thus getting a nice zigzag pattern. The blanket stitch. As the name suggests, it can be used on the edge of blankets, but it's also great for applique and embroidery. The blanket stitch it's perfect for blankets and other thick pieces of fabric. It's also best for decorative seam finishing techniques and generally used in hand embroidery or to finish the edge of the quilts or pillows. So in doing blanket stitch, we first bring the needle in between the two pieces of fabric from the underside of one. Once we do it again, but this time from the underside of the other piece of fabric. However, we don't pull the thread all the way through. It's highly important to leave a little loop, a small ring of the thread, to hang a bit loose. Lastly, we take the needle, pull it through that loop and tighten it. Since you already know the 5 hand basic stitches, you need to remember that a well-made hand stitch will be secured at the beginning and ending with no loose threads, have a uniform length, be invisible on the outside of the garment, be neat on the inside, have knots or thread ends between the fabric layers or hidden within construction details, consist of an appropriate thread type for the stitch, fabric, and tacks. And lastly, a well-made hand stitch will be smooth and not create bunkers on the right or wrong side of the fabric.
Yo, check it out. Yo, check it out.
I'm Trisha Joy from BTVTEd major in Garments, Fashion and Design, and I'd like to give a mini lecture about sewing tools and equipment. Here are the classifications. Today, you will learn about the sewing tools and equipment. When we say tools, these are instruments that aid in accomplishing a sewing task. It can be manipulated by hands. When we say equipment, those are the more complicated tool and it provides to carry out a particular process or function. The sewing tools are classified according to their uses. We have the measuring tools, drafting tools, cutting tools, marking tools, sewing and pinning tools. So let's start with measuring tools. Measuring tools is the instrument used for obtaining quantities, dimensions, or forces of real-world objects. For example, tape measure, sewing gauge, and rulers. A measuring tape is a flexible tool used for measuring length. A sewing gauge is a handy tool for making quick and consistent measurements. Ruler is used to measure long and straight lines. Next is cutting tools. Cutting tools is cutting implement or a tool for cutting. For example, bent handle dressmaking shear, pinking shears, cutting scissors, thread clippers, and seam ripper. Bent handle trimmers are great for cutting out fabric patterns and designs. Pinking shears are the scissors with the nearly mystical power to prevent fraying on raw hems by cutting fabric in a zigzag pattern. Cutting scissors. These scissors are great for cutting fabrics due to their longer blades to provide greater precision and ease of use. Thread clippers are small scissors used for nipping excess thread and parts of the fabric that have frayed or unraveled. A seam ripper is a small sewing tool used for cutting and removing stitches. Marking tools. Marking tools are required for transferring pattern markings to a garment fabric pieces and for making alteration on garments. For example, chalk pencils or dressmaker pencil, liquid marking pen, tailor's chalk, and tracing wheel. Dressmaker's marking pencil used to transfer pattern markings directly onto fabric. Liquid marking pens used to mark tucks, darts, pleats, and pockets. Tailor's chalk is a thin, flat piece of hard chalk or soapstone used by tailors for making temporary marks on cloth. Tracing wheel. It is used to transfer markings from sewing patterns into fabric with or without the use of tracing wheel, and it can be used to make slotted perforations.
So now let's proceed to the sewing and pinning tools. For example, pin cushion, hand needle, thread, thimble, and pins. A pin cushion is a small stuffed cushion typically 3 to 5 cm across, which is used in sewing to store pins or needles with their heads protruding to take hold of them easily, collect them, and keep them organized. A sewing needle, used for hand sewing, is a long, slender tool with a pointed tip at one end and a hole to hold a sewing thread. Thread, a long, thin strand of cotton, nylon, or other fibers used in sewing or weaving. Thimble, a metal or plastic cup with a closed end worn to protect the finger and push the needle and sewing. Pins or straight pins are used to hold fabric together at the seam line before sewing. They temporarily hold fabric in place while attaching and cutting patterns and while sewing or pressing. Drafting tools. Drafting equipment is used for making paper patterns. This is the second stage of pattern making. Using the measurements taken, the drafting is carried out according to the design of garment. It consists of L square, French curve, and hip curve. L square, that is used to create scaled patterns from original sewing patterns. French curve, that is used to make sewing patterns and to adapt existing curve lines on patterns such as armhole. Hip curve, that is an essential tool for making patterns and fitting adjustment at the hip line. Materials used in sewing. Fabric, it is a cloth used in making garments. Next is thread. It is used in assembling or constructing the parts of the garment. Pattern paper. Pattern paper is a paper that is used for creating patterns. It can be used for creating patterns from scratch or even tracing existing patterns to preserve the original pattern. And you will now see how and where the sewing-related tools and equipment are used or applied so that you may utilize them correctly.
Fashion illustration forms the initial phase of every design. It can be defined as the basic transmission of an idea into a creative design through diagrams and drawings. Fashion illustration is a visual way of explaining different design ideas. They have played a critical role in fashion designing since the evolution of clothes. Every fashion designer develops their unique style of fashion sketching over the years. This ends up becoming their signature sketching style, which you can instantly recognize from their sketches. Importance of fashion illustration or fashion sketching. Number 1, it helps in visualizing the ideas. Fashion illustration helps the designers to put down their ideas by sketching it onto the paper. Illustrations bring to light the important details that need more focus and attention. Number 2, fashion illustration is the initial phase of fashion designing. The sketch design is one of the first things in the step-by-step procedure that leads to the final design. A fashion designer's illustration of the idea is the initial picture of the entire process of designing. And lastly, it represents the creative skills of a fashion designer. A fashion designer illustration gives them that platform where they can showcase their creativity. Now that you already know what fashion illustration is and what is its importance to fashion designing, here's a demonstration of how I create my fashion illustration. In sketching, we will use 0.5 mechanical pencil or any pencil that you own. Start by sketching basic lines to determine the body points of the croquis. It is important to understand body proportions in fashion sketching. Having a good sense of proportions, natural movements, and posture will help your sketch come to life. Once you have the body proportions, practice sketching different poses. On this tutorial, I'm sketching a walking croquis. This will bring movement to your illustration. You can work with curves and geometric shapes to place body elements. Now that we're done with our basic croquis, we can now get into the most interesting part, imagining the clothes. To do so, you need to think about the style you are intending, the fabric you are using, and the folds of an outfit. On this illustration, I'll sketch an outfit inspired from mid-century modern design. This is one of the simplest designs that I made before, and now I am showing you how I made it. Once you're done with the sketch, remove unnecessary lines on the illustration to make it clearer and neat. Using a kneadable eraser, dab onto the paper to remove excess pigments of the graphite pencil. By doing this, we can lessen the chances of smudges once we put on the colors. When using watercolors, balance the amount of water and color pigments to achieve the desired consistency. I'm using number 5 watercolor brush, and with this, you have to be really careful in putting the colors. Try not to smudge the watercolor to maintain its neatness. Now that we're done with the watercolor, let it dry for a few minutes before we put on the color pencils. I'm using Prismacolors, but you can also use other color pencils like Faber-Castell. Blending is really important in using color pencils. We need to balance the pigments of each color to get the right shade or hue. Use white pencil to highlight parts of the croquis such as the chest, forehead, cheeks, chin, and even hands. Intensify the colors using darker shades of the colors that we used on the first layer, like Nougat Brown or Van Dyck Brown. Fill in the parts of the sketch by shading it using different techniques like hatching or cross-hatching. To give more definition to your sketch, use black color pencil or black ink or watercolor to outline the illustration. By doing this, it will add more definition to the sketch and make it clean and more stylized. Now that you already know how to make fashion illustrations, it's your turn to make your own. You can follow the steps on this demonstration and create your own design. Once you're done, take a picture and upload it on your story on Instagram or Facebook. Tag me on Instagram at zenrodrigueza_arts. Thank you, and I hope you learned something today.
Good day, everyone. I am Moira, a second-year student of BTVTEd, major in Garments, Fashion and Design student, and I am here to discuss to you about the different classification of tools and their uses in garments, fashion and design. Are you ready? Okay, let's go. Okay, class, before we proceed with our discussion, let me first share with you what are the learning objectives. At the end of the lesson, the students are expected to first, identify the different classification of tools. Next, to know the uses of each tools. Third, to use the tools properly. And lastly, to make a pre-recorded video describing its classification and uses. This lesson will provide knowledge and skills of different tools and equipment which are necessary in sewing. Okay, class, as we go through with our discussion, here are the words that you are going to face or encounter throughout our discussion. Here we have pattern paper, L-square, sewing machine, shears, and tailor's chalk. So these are the words that you're going to encounter throughout our discussion. Are you guys ready? Okay, let's go. Okay, class, in garments, fashion, and design, we have 5 different classifications of tools. First, we have measuring tools. Second, cutting tools. Third, marking tools. Fourth, sewing tools. And lastly, the drafting tools. Later on, we're going to discuss each one of those classifications. So, let's now proceed with our first classification, which is the measuring tools. First, we have tape measure. Tape measure is used in taking body measurements, drafting the patterns, and measuring fabrics, curve, corners, hemline, and membrane. Number 2, we have ruler. It is used in measuring and drawing straight lines and seam, and it is also a good tool for marking buttonholes. Third, we have French curve. French curve is used in shaping armhole and necklines. It is also used in drafting patterns or making pattern alteration. So when we say alteration, we are adjusting or adding. It can be adding or it can be subtracting the length or the measurement of a specific curve. And take note that French curve is one of the most essential or important tool in garment industry. Fourth, we have hip curve. Hip curve is used in shaping hip line curve. So when we say hip line curve, we are talking about the hip part of the human body structure. And it is also used in fitting adjustments such as fitting seams or fitting the seam line or seam allowance of a specific garment. Lastly, we have the L-square. So it is used to draw a perpendicular line. It is also used to divide measurements instantly, especially when drafting a pattern for the pants. And take note that the short arm of the L-square consists of 14 inches, while the long arm of the L-square consists of 24 inches long. Let's proceed with our second classification of tools. Here we have the cutting tools. So number 1, we have shears. Typically, a shears is a 7 to 12 inches long, and shears is only used for cutting fabrics. And also, do not ever use the shears in cutting papers, or any other material. And also, do not ever let it drop on the floor because it may cause dullness or it may loosen the screws of the shears that can cause dullness. Number 2, we have scissors. So scissors is primarily used in cutting non-fabric. So meaning to say it is only used for cutting papers, especially when you cut a drafted pattern. Fourth, we have thread clippers. It is used for nipping excess thread or parts of the fabric that are frayed or unraveled. We are now to the third classification of tools, which is the marking tools. Number 1, we have pencil. So pencil is commonly used to mark the fabrics where the mark line will not show on the outside part of the fabric. Number 2, we have tailor's chalk. So tailor's chalk is used to make temporary markings on the cloth or a garment. And also it is used for transferring markings onto another fabric. Third, we have the tracing wheel and tracing paper. So usually it is used to transfer markings from the sewing patterns and onto the fabric, with or without the use of tracing paper. We are now to our fourth classification of tools, which is the sewing tools. So number 1, we have hand needle. So when we say hand needle, meaning we are using it by our hand. So next, they come in different sizes and shapes for different purposes. One of the benefits of using hand needle is you can carry it anywhere or wherever you go. You can sew or make some stitches if your garments or your cloth have, for example, you lose buttons, so you can just sew it using by your hands. Number 2, we have thimble. So thimble is used to protect your fingertips from being pricked of the needle. Third, we have the needle threader. It helps to get the very fine thread through the tiniest of the needle eye. So commonly our lolas or our grandmas are using this because they have the poor eyesight. So the needle threader is one of the important them to use in order to get through the thread to the needle. Fourth, we have pins. Pins is one of the very important tools in sewing because it is used to hold patterns of fabric and used to temporarily hold seams before stitching or before making a stitching. Lastly, we have sewing machine. So sewing machine is used to stitch the fabric and other pliable materials together with the use of threads. We have various types of sewing machine. First, we have the threadlock machine, or commonly known as the high-speed machine. It is used in mass production of garments and commonly used in garment industry, and it is also run using electricity. Next, we have the treadle. Treadle is the traditional sewing machine. It is run using the pedal. You're just going to step on it and you can now sew a specific garment or good. Third, we have the portable sewing machine. It is one of the trendiest machine nowadays, for it is a portable, so meaning to say wherever you go, you can bring it and you can just sew anytime or anywhere. So we are now to our last classification, which is the drafting tools. So number 1, we have pattern paper. So pattern paper, this is a paper designed for pattern drafting and pattern adjustment. But if you're saving some money, we can just use a Manila paper, so because it is more cheaper than the typical drafting paper. Next, we have pencil. So pencil is used to draw or draft the measurements of the client onto the pattern paper. We have the tape measure. So tape measure is used to transfer the measurements of the clients onto the pattern paper while drafting. So here are the different drafting tools that we're also going to use. We have eraser. Obviously, eraser is used for erasing. Next, we have ruler. Ruler is used to connect short lines or short seams. Next, we have L-square. So L-square is used in drafting the perpendicular line in the pattern paper. Next, we have hip curve. So hip curve is commonly used in connecting slight curved lines in the pattern. Next, we have French curve. So French curve is one of the important tools in garments because it is used to connect the necklines and armholes. Next, we also have the scissors. So scissors is used to cut the drafted pattern. So that's all for drafting tools. Those are the different classification of tools. I hope that you gained or you learned something from it. To sum up, different tools and equipment of measuring, marking, and cutting tools have their own utility and importance. The selection of needles, threads, and fabric based on sustainability is important for good quality production. If ignored, it may lead to many defects. Okay, things to remember. There are different tools in garments. The skillful use of the tools will help you to work flexibly. Success in sewing calls for the right tools and at the right time. And also, all tools must be appropriate and use it correctly to save time and produce the best result. That will be all, class. Thank you for listening. See you in our next discussion. Goodbye!
Good morning, class. I hope you are doing fine, and it's nice meeting you again here again, safe and sound. My name is Hannah Rose De Tripolca, and I am your professional lecturer in garments, fashion, and design. So before we proceed in demonstrating how and where the body measurements are taken, we should know that there are rules that we should perform or observe in taking the body measurements. So this is the rules that I obtained from the internet, from the books, and from my experiences. So let us proceed for the first rule is to make sure to use a tape measure that does not stretch. So according to my research, that modern professional tape measures are made of fiberglass. So it means that these tape measures does not stretch. So these are the best materials that we can use in taking the body measurements. So we need to remember also that we should use a tape measure that are soft and flexible because we are going to measure circumferential measurements. And then I have an example for the first row. Always remember to use the same tape measure when you are measuring the body and also when you are going to draft the pattern. So always take note that you should use the same tape measure for both procedures so that you would not be able to, do mistakes because some tape measures aren't the same. Some tape measures are big, wide, and stretchy. So if you are going to apply your measurements taken in drafting the pattern, remember to use similar tape measures. So for the second rule is to wear appropriate clothing. So what are these appropriate clothing? So in taking the accurate body measurements, it is preferably if the customer or you is wearing a well-fitted clothing. Why? Of course, to get the accurate measurements, you should be wearing well-fitted clothing and avoid those baggy pants and most especially your clothing with so much pockets. If you have those pockets, so preferably to keep it empty so that it would not affect the result of the measurements. So I also have another situation here is to use a commonly or to use your normally what do you call that? Is to wear your normally undergarment, your normal undergarment, your because it would definitely affect to the result of the dress that is going to be sewn for you. So if you wear the undergarment or your underwear now, then make sure that you are going to wear it when you are going to wear the sewn clothing. So let us proceed to the third rule is to maintain the proper position. So proper position really affects the result of the procedure. Because, for example, if the customer is hunchbacked when taking the body measurement, of course, the shoulders will be broader at the back. But if you tell the customers to maintain his or her position, then therefore you will get the accurate body measurement and for the other body points. So I will also add here that there are some cases that us, the shoemakers, will ask the customers to inhale and exhale. There is a difference. When exhaling, you are getting bigger, but when you are inhaling, you are getting smaller. So when you are inhaling, most probably the clothing that it is going to, or the fabric it is going to use is more stretchable, more stretchy. But when you are asked to exhale, the fabric that will be used is not stretchable, and that will be the best thing to do when taking the body measurements. Is also to take note of the fabrics that you will be using. So the next is the fourth rule is to ask someone you trust to help with the procedure. For example, when you are going to measure yourself, of course, there are some cases or some body points that we will not be able to do it by ourselves, such as the back measurements. So it is really important to ask somebody that you trust to help you with that procedure to get the best and accurate measurements so that the result of the dress will be well fitted. So the fifth rule is to know when to measure circumferences versus length. So knowing this rule is really helpful for us who is
taking the body measurements. Why? Because if you started measuring the length, for example, if you are going to start from if you are going to get the full body's length, then therefore think of that those points that you will cross. It means when you started from the neck point down to your natural waistline in getting the FBL, you have to cross through the apex point, which means you can actually get another body measurement, which is the apex height. Then therefore you will have equivalent of 2 body measurements. Then by not removing the tape measure from the neck point, then transferring it to the back through to the natural waist point or waistline, therefore you will be crossing through the shoulder blades height. Then in that you will get another body measurement. So in one procedure you will get an equivalent of 4 body measurements. In that you will cost less time. It will save time for you to take down the body measurements. Also, when taking circumferential measurements such as the bust, the waist, and the hips, starting from the bust measurement, without removing the tape measure around the bust, you are just going to go down to your natural waist and then record it for the second measurement, and then by not removing it again, go down to the waist, to the hip, and then that is for the third measurement by not removing the tape measure around, and then you will get an equivalent of 3 measurements. In that again, you will consume less time or save time. Another that I could add to this rule is to tie a string to your natural waist. So to find your natural waist, you will just have to find your navel and then go 2 inches above it and then tie a string in line to that point that we find out. So tie the string around, then it will be your natural waist. It is really significant to create or to make your natural waist because it is commonly the most part that we use in ending and starting a body measurement, especially when you are going to measure for the lower part of the body. And then for the 6th rule is to write your measurements down. This is the most important rule, of course, is to take down the measurements. It is much more easier for us to find those measurements in a handy chart. And when you are drafting a pattern, you can refer to it very easily. So these are the rules that we need to observe in taking the body measurements accurately for yourself, for a dress form, or for your client. Thank you for listening, and I hope everyone has have take down notes for this topic, and I guess that everyone is already excited to perform or demonstrate the body measurements applying these rules that I have discussed. So that will be your assignment for today. Then thank you and goodbye. Class dismissed.
So good morning everyone, I am Jenny Sukanay. Today, I will show you my teaching demonstrations and I am going to teach is dressmaking. And the topic is sewing tools and equipments. So kindly stand and let us the guidance of Almighty God. Yes, precious, lead the prayer. In the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. In the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. So good morning class. So how are you today? That's great. So take your seat. I will just check your attendance first. So before we proceed to our new topic, let's have a short review. Who among you is still remember what we discussed last meeting? Yes, Paula? Yes. What do you mean by the word dressmaking? Yes, Alisa? Exactly, it is an activity or a job of making clothes for women or girls. Okay, very good class. I'm glad that you're studying well. Let's move on to the next topic. So, are you excited to know what's lessons for today? But before we start, we have a short game entitled 4 Picks 1 Word. 4 picks and 1 word. Each level displays 4 pictures linked by 1 word. So the players aim to work out the word from a set of letters given below the pictures. Mechanics of the game is I will group the class into 2 teams. Each team will select their leaders and responsible to write the answer on the board. Is that clear, class? Let's start the game. Can you guess the word about the 4 pictures? Yes, group 1. Very good, group 1. What about the next picture? Yes, group 2. Very good. To break the tie, this is the last one. Any one of you? Yes, group 2. So congratulations to winning the game. Based on our activity, what do you think is our topic is all about? Yes, Anna? Exactly. It is a sewing tools and equipment. But before we proceed to the different tools and equipments, let us discuss first the sewing. What do you mean by sewing? Yes, Anna? Very good. What else? Yes? In sewing, we have a different tools and equipments. So, sewing tools and equipments are used in garments constructions. The sewing equipment will help you to take the body measurement and draft a pattern with accuracy and speed. This lesson will provide you to the different tools and equipments. This lesson will provide skills and knowledge of the different tools and equipments which is necessary in sewing. So a complete set of us tools and equipments presented to help you work faster. Let us start in measuring tools. The first is tape measure. What did you observe by tape measure? Yes, there's a number. Why do you think it is included in measuring tools? Yes? Very good. So, a tape measure, flexible measuring device used in taking body measurement. So, next is what do you notice about this picture? So, yes? Exactly, it is a sewing gauge. It is a small ruler with the sliding guides and is about 6 inches long. This gauge is used for measurement at hemlines, buttonholes, and areas where other small measurements require checking such as pleats and tucks. This gauge usually made at metal or plastic. So the next is, let us have the ruler. So I know all of you are familiar with it. So what is the use of ruler? Yes, Grant. Very good. Another one. Yes, Paula. Very good. So what is the purpose of ruler in sewing? Yes, Alisa? Exactly. It is also used to mark a fabric. So next we have the yardstick. So yardstick, it is used for marking hemlines and checking grain lines when laying out the pattern. Okay? What you have noticed in this picture? Yes, it is like a letter L. The L square is used to transfer measurement to the draft pattern. It also divides the garment to the desired measurement. It has perfect square and also useful in making a straight line and number. And it can also function as a tape measure. And the last is French curve. So, what part of your cloth you will find the curve shape? Exactly in the neck and in the armhole. Meaning this is used to shape the depth of the armhole and the neck. So after the measuring tools, we have cutting tools. Cutting tools are instruments that serve in properly maintained. The sharp cutting tools make clean cuts and will define the notches, and they do not damage fabric. Sewing cutting tools should not be used for other household tasks. Cutting tool must be sharpened regularly and rejoined. So first we have bent-handled dressmakers shears. These are made of the quality steel and hold sharp cutting edge, and the blades move easily and cut smoothly along the entire length of the points should come together. So shears have the length of 7 to 12 inches and satisfactory for most apparel fabric. Next we have pinking shears. This is popular of zigzagging or scallop edge for our seam finishes. So we have 3 cutting scissors. First is trimming scissors. Trimming scissors, it is 3 to 4 inches long. It is used for trimmings, clipping thread, and sniping slashes. Next is we have embroidery scissors. This is 4 to 5 inches finely tapered blades. And the lastly is buttonhole scissors. This is intended for making buttonholes. Next is thread clippers, a handy little spring-loaded cutting tools and allows for the snipping for threads. So the next is seam ripper, are specifically designed for ripping out stitches for seams, either as a result of an error of during alternation. They use carefully to prevent damage to the fabric. And last for the cutting tools are rotary cutter and mat. It is an adaptation of giant rotary cutter used by the garments industry. So after the cutting tools, we have a marking tools. So marking tools are required for transferring pattern markings to garment fabric pieces and for making alternations on garments. So first we have chalk pencil or dressmaker pencil. This chalk pencil is used to make fine lines on fabrics. So next is tailor chalks. Tailor chalk is as essential as a marker for use on materials. So next is tracing wheel. There are two types of tracing wheels, those with the serrated edge and the smooth edge. A serrated edge wheel produces dots on the fabric, and the smooth edge wheel is best for delicate fabrics. So next is dressmaking carbon paper, also called dressmaker's tracing paper. It is a specially waxed carbon paper that transfers the tracing wheel's markings to the fabric. So next is pinning and sewing tools. First we have pin cushion, A pincushion holds the straight pins and needles to prevent accident. Needle, I know you are familiar with this. Needle is used for making a temporary stitches and buttonholes. Next is thimble, a small hand pit cup worm of a protections on the finger that is pushed in the needle in sewing. So, yung pin cushions is protection for finger. And we have a materials, which is fabric and thread. Fabric is used in making garments. Thread is used in assembling or constructing the parts of the garments. So, next is we have equipment. It is a sewing machine, a machine with a mechanical driven needle for sewing or stitching clothes. So, class, any questions about our topic? Anyone? Okay, I hope you understand our discussion for today. That's all. Thank you.